for January 4th, 2022, first meeting of the year. I'd like to ask everybody to please, if they could, join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. City Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Cumby.
Here.
Gabriel.
Here.
Harrington.
Here.
O'Doherty. O'Doherty. Currently absent
Excused.
or muted. Schmeckel.
Here.
Schuster.
Here.
Somerville.
Here.
Pierce.
Here.
Weaver.
Here.
O'Doherty.
City Clerk.
Here.
That's 9 present and 0 absent, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Let's go to public comment on non-agenda items. I would like to politely stress this is for items that aren't appearing on the agenda this evening. There will be an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items that are on the agenda when we reach those items. But there is an opportunity now for non-agenda item input. Seeing none. That's the public comment period for non-agenda items. I'd like to turn it over to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the agenda be set as submitted.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilmember Somerville. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand above.
Aye.
Aye.
The agenda is set. We have a proclamation this evening, which I would like to move to for now. And as many people know, this is an annual recognition, and it has become an event that the University of Wyoming and the students at the University of Wyoming construct a whole series of programs around, and the city likes to do its part by recognizing the federal holiday. So I'll now read this proclamation. Whereas Martin Luther King Jr. Day, MLK, is the federal holiday celebrated around the United States to honor King's birthday, legacy, and achievements as a civil rights leader in the United States. And whereas MLK Day was designated as a national day of service, and it has been quoted as a day on, not a day off. However, this day is not celebrated to its full intent, and whereas the holiday is meant to be a day where we participate in community service acts to create and strengthen King's vision of a beloved community, and whereas many communities around the country are starting to take action to turn the MLK Day holiday into an actual day of service, and whereas when community members fully support volunteer service, it can make their community stronger, more resilient, safer, and more inclusive for all who live there, and whereas allowing for a day to be dedicated to community service will aid many of the local nonprofits, local schools, churches, and many other community-rooted City of Laramie organizations who rely on volunteers to function and operate. And whereas service work doesn't only benefit organizations, but also benefits those doing the service. It teaches behaviors such as dedication, responsibility, compassion, commitment, respect, and kindness. And whereas MLK Day of Service 2022 is supported by local groups such as the University of Wyoming Student Leadership and Community Engagements Office, the City of Laramie government officials, and Albany County government officials. Therefore, the City of Laramie community should recognize and join MLK Day of Service as many other communities around the country have committed to. Now, therefore, I, Paul Weaver, Mayor and President of the governing body of the City of Laramie, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim that every MLK Day holiday starting on January 17th, 2022, be Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, and encourage residents to participate in completing acts of community service. Read into this the record this day the 4th of January, 2022. All right. We do like to make those recognitions. We do appreciate all of that community work that happens around this day of service and this day of community action. And we appreciate very much the opportunity to address that and make a proclamation about it. The next item on our agenda this evening is a public hearing. This is a public hearing for a new restaurant liquor license, and I now turn it over to the city clerk and ask the city clerk to please. Yep, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor Weaver, we do have a couple guests with us regarding.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'd love to turn it over and give an opportunity for people to speak to the proclamation. I missed that note, and I do not want to pass over that. I was not aware. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Very, very much indeed. I see, Kaylin, I see on my screen name, I only have the name Kaylin, so I'm just going to ask you to please introduce yourself and go ahead and provide us with your input. Thank you, and I'm sorry that I didn't catch that before.
No worries at all. Hi, everyone. My name is Kaylin. I'm an AmeriCorps member at United Way of Albany County. At United Way, we wrote this proclamation to get MLK Day of Service as a holiday here in Albany County. We're really excited to see people giving back and strengthening our community. We know this will be really great for the nonprofits and getting people out there and giving back. We really hope that the promotion and the support from the city will increase the culture of volunteerism, especially on MLK Day, but also every day. United Way, with the support from the city, county, and university, has created a webpage on the United Way website that lists various volunteer opportunities throughout the community. And we will have donation drop boxes during the week of the 17th up until the 21st, placed at City Hall, the County Courthouse, and the University of Wyoming Union Building for those who are able to volunteer in person. And all those donations will go to United Way agencies. Thank you, City Council and Mr. Mayor, for your support on the proclaiming that every MLK Day starting this year be recognized as MLK Day of Service. We hope this will make a huge impact on Albany County. Thank you.
Oh, Kaylin, let me ask you to just stay for just a minute.
Yeah.
And if you could you go ahead and one more time tell us where folks can go to see those opportunities for volunteer work? Just one more time for us, please.
Yeah, so it's on the United Way website under programs. I don't know if I could put the link. If there's a chat box, I could put the link.
I would suggest that you send that to the city clerk. You can email that to the city clerk.
Okay.
And provide that. And then you could just give that web address. I imagine people could find it by going to Albany County, Wyoming United Way and just doing a search or something, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And it's under programs?
Yes, it's under our programs and on our website.
Are there a couple of those you'd want to highlight, or would you rather not say anything specific?
Well, there's really various opportunities, like if you want to work with youth, if you want to help address food hunger. It's really just a hub of many volunteer opportunities, so you can really just pick and choose, and hopefully there's something out there for everyone.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, let me apologize. I mean, I know it certainly was inadvertent, but I don't like to do that to people. And Kaylin, could you give us your last name just for a matter of the record?
Kaylin Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for making some time to be here and share that message and really provide people that opportunity to get involved in the spirit of that proclamation and get out and do some things to help. That's really great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Evelyn Edson is also here. I'm not
Excellent.
sure if she wants to say anything.
I am just here in support of Kaylin. She has put a lot of work into this as an AmeriCorps member, and we're really excited and proud of her and excited for this partnership moving forward. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. And AmeriCorps, great program that helps facilitate these kinds of things like days of action, days of service, again, in that spirit of the federal holiday. So we just really appreciate it. Vice Mayor, thanks for catching our attendees. And again, we're very glad to have you here and to hear about those opportunities.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. City Council, I apologize. I have a number of lists to look at. as you well know, I don't always get them right. We do have a public hearing now, and that's for a liquor license. I'm going to ask the city clerk to go ahead and give the public notice.
Notice is hereby given that on the 6th day of December 2021, an application was received in the office of the city clerk for a new restaurant liquor license number R68 for Movie Palace Incorporated, doing business as Studio City UW Plaza Cinemas, located at 2433 Grand Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming. Public hearing to hear comments or protests relative to this license application will be held Tuesday, January 4th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom meeting. Action on this application will be considered at the regular meeting of the City Council on Tuesday, January 4th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. All information relative to this matter is available for review at the City of Laramie City Clerk's Office at 406 Ivinson Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming. Anyone wishing to be heard should be present or may be represented by his or her agent at the meeting.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. We'll now open it up for members of the public to make a comment on that topic, the liquor license for the address. And we'll give it just a second to see if we do have anyone that wants to utilize the public hearing on this topic. There'll be a little bit more about this later in terms of information as well. If at that point folks might have a better question than they do right now, they'll have an opportunity to ask it then. City Clerk, I don't see anyone eager to share a comment about this right now, so I think I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this item. And again, there will be another opportunity if people change their minds or develop a question. All right. Announcements. City staff, do we have any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, a little bit slow on the mute button this evening. Good night, everybody. We do have a few staff announcements. I think I'll start with the Assistant City Manager, who I believe wanted to update you on some fun changes out at the Recreation Center.
Great.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, it's a pleasure to be in front of you today. We just wanted to let Council know that the artwork done by Ashley Quick has been installed at the front entrance of the Recreation Center through the Laramie Public Art Coalition. It was a fun process. The artwork hasn't been named yet, but they did a artist introduction and some Q&A of what people in the community thought of Laramie. And if you get a chance to swing by the Rec Center, you'll see something that's very whimsical and beautiful at this time. So we'd encourage you guys to stop by and check it out.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. That's good. That's good. Good to know.
Mayor, we have one additional announcement from Public Works, and the clerk's going to share some pictures with you to accompany the announcement from our Public Works Director.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Webb. Good to see you. Hope you had a good holiday. We're waiting for the, okay, looks like we got the pictures.
I did. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Just over about a year ago, City Council awarded the bid for the Municipal Operations Center North Campus project. With that bid award, you approved a bid alternate for a 25 kilowatt solar system at the site. The solar panels, as you can see, have been installed on top of the newly built large vehicle storage building. They look really small on there, but that building is over 14,000 square feet. It's 180 feet long and 24 feet tall and 80 feet wide. So that's a huge building. So they're not as small as, quite as small as they look on there. Our engineering division took the drone up a couple weeks ago and got some really neat pictures we wanted to share with you. The panels will generate DC power that is sent to an inverter inside the building. The inverter converts the power to AC power and supplies power directly to that building. If there's any excess power generated by the solar panels, it's sent back to the grid. Rocky Mountain Power will be installing a net metering device in the near future. We're on their list and waiting, and that way the electricity can flow basically both ways, in and out of the grid. The overall project is on schedule and is to be completed in April. you have any questions, I'd be happy to take.
Sure. I'm glad that you took a moment to talk a little bit about the scale there, because you don't always get everything out of the picture. That's where all the city vehicles are going to be. So it's not going to be a small building, and that's not a small solar installation. Other questions for Mr. Webb on this pretty cool news? All right. I guess people are just glad to see it. Yep. Good to see it. Good to see that moving forward. And I always say this, but we know the community has been very supportive of seeing those kind of steps by the city of Laramie. So glad to hear about it tonight. Okay. City manager?
Just wanted to let you know that's all the announcements. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And city staff, I hate to give Mr. Webb the only wish for having had a happy holidays. Of course, that goes to all of you. I just hadn't seen him for a while. All right. We are going to move on now to disclosures by city council members. Are there any disclosures by any city council members on any of the items on the consent or regular agenda this evening that they wish to declare?
Mr. Mayor, I won't be voting on 9L.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Seeing no other hands seeking recognition for disclosures, we will move to item number 8. I'd like to turn over to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the consent agenda be approved and that each specific action on the consent agenda be approved as indicated.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilmember Schuster. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Humby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes, excluding 9L, which I will abstain from.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that motion carries. And we will now move to the regular agenda. First item on the regular agenda is item number 11. I'd like to turn it over to the city clerk to provide some background on this item. We don't actually,
Thank you, Mayor.
we need someone to bring it to the floor. Sorry, city clerk. I do need someone to introduce the item, and then they will turn it over to you. Councilmember Cumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council approve the application for a restaurant liquor license number R68 to Movie Palace Incorporated, doing business as Studio City UW Plaza Cinemas, located at 2433 Grand Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming, for the licensing term January 21, 2022 through May 7, 2022, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilmember Harrington. And then I think, Councilmember Cumby, what we should do is turn it over to the city clerk for the background.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The application before you this evening is for a new restaurant license for YO Movies or UW Plaza Cinemas, located at 2433 Grand Avenue. We did receive this application on December 6th and proceeded to send it to the Wyoming Liquor Division for their review, as well as we did submit it to our city staff for review. No concerns were received from any of those individuals, so we've proceeded forward with this. As the council I'm sure are well aware, this is the first theater that has applied for a restaurant liquor license. With the changes to state statutes this last July, it did open up an opportunity for establishments that do serve food items to apply for a restaurant liquor license. This isn't a traditional, what you would think about initially when you think of a restaurant, but the WYO Theater does, WYO Movies does provide options for pizzas, nachos. I would have to pull up their menu. There's quite a few other items on their menu, which is included in your packet, which is part of why they're allowed to apply for this license. It's more than just popcorn and candy at this point. So they are requesting tonight that the council approve a restaurant liquor license. They are aware that they are required to sell 60% food. No more than 40% of their sales can be from alcohol. Along with a restaurant license, all consumption must be within the licensed premise. So they're aware of that. They do have a cooler within the mapped area that was shared in your packet that will be locked, and the keys will be with the managers on duty that evening and stuff. So with us tonight, we have Corey Witt. He is our manager here in town for UW Studio Cinemas, and Andy Hoke. Andy, you can correct me if that's wrong. He is one of the owners, so they're here for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you for walking us through that, City Clerk. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's see if Mr. Witt or Mr. Hope are ready to take questions. I think we have some. All right, Councilmember Somerville.
Mayor, this is actually a question for the city clerk. Do the ticket sales count for them in that 60%, or is it just the food?
In statute, it just includes the food and the alcohol sales.
Okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Gabriel.
Thanks, Mayor. I would imagine that those dispensing the liquor would have to have special training. Is that correct?
Yeah, all individuals, the managers on shift, they'll be TIPS trained and certified as required.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Follow up on that, Councilmember Gabriel. I'm going to go to the City Clerk next.
It looked like City Clerk wanted to add something.
Yes, go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilor Gabriel, to answer that question, in your municipal code, we do have that within 90 days of employment. All those that handle the alcohol must be TIPS trained. So we have had conversations with Corey about our local trainings as well as options online. So he's fully ready to have managers and all staff that are handling the alcohol trained.
All right. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I want to note that in the application or in the packet, it talks about how they'll have different uniforms. The servers will have different uniforms than the regular staff, and that they're going to use the electronic scanning of driver's licenses. So that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. Council members, other questions for you, from you? Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually a comment, if that's appropriate right now.
I think
Okay.
it's fine, yeah.
So I just wanted to say I'm excited about this application. I'm excited about the changes that have been made at the state legislature to put some more options on the ground for businesses, and I wish them the best of luck being the first applicant in the door for this type of license for the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. Mr. Witt and Mr. Hoke, if we're getting your last name right, did you want to add anything to this? Talk to us a little bit about this. Anything that you'd like to share with the council? You're certainly not required to, but since you've taken time out of your evening to be here and answer questions, if there's anything else you'd like to share, I'd like to give you that opportunity now.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for this opportunity. I kind of just wanted to mention how, um, you know, we're a family business, and we'll always, attend to the families and stuff like that. This is just kind of a way for us to reach out to, those individuals that come in that normally wouldn't. Also, to help out, somebody who's looking just to have a beverage with their movie with their family and stuff like that.
Sure. Will there be a city clerk?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to note for the council that this organization has also applied for their other locations in Casper and Cheyenne for a restaurant liquor license in those municipalities as well. So I just wanted to make note of that for you.
You bet. I appreciate that, City Clerk. The question I was going to ask for whoever would like to answer it is, will the alcohol service be restricted to certain showing times, or will it be at any time that the theater is open for business?
We plan on serving, alcoholic beverages from, door open to door closed, as stated of our operational hours.
What's the earliest showing that we get there at the movie theater?
It kind of depends on the day. Weekends for wider, operating hours. But as of lately, the earliest is around.
I missed the last part of that, Mr. Pratt.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. So lately, doors have been opening, around 11:30 to satisfy noon showings.
Thank you very much. Council members, any other questions? You bet. Yeah, we're really grateful for you taking time to be here to answer those questions. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I understand the need for people to get other revenue in the business you're in. I am concerned that we have a lot of people going into the dark after they're served. So I think that your employees will have to be hyper vigilant about people passing the beer down to their friends. Do you have anything in mind for that?
Yeah. We plan on, having bracelets for anybody who's served, and then also, just a system of patrolling the theaters, just to check, make sure everything is okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. Council members, any other questions? This is a new experiment for the city of Laramie with liquor licenses. We haven't seen this before, as the city clerk told us. City clerk, will this liquor license will, of course, fall under the same points program as all other liquor licenses issued in the city of Laramie, will it not? And
Sure.
Go ahead, City clerk.
You're correct with that, Mr. Reed.
And I just want to know if our new applicants for liquor license here have had the full opportunity to digest and incorporate an understanding of that point system into their future business ventures. Mr. Witt, Mr. Hoke, do you feel comfortable with your understanding of that system and the way it's evaluated in the city of Laramie?
We do.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions? Comments? Why don't we see if there's any public comment or question on this item? Okay. Any members of the public wish to make a comment or ask a question that perhaps we can have the applicants get back to? I don't see any, Council, so we'll move it back to you one more time for additional discussion on this item. I don't see any, so City Clerk, I'm going to go to you for a roll call vote.
Cumbie,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
No.
That's 8 yeses and 1 no, Your Honor.
And that motion carries. And we wish you the best of luck with your new business ventures. Please, please keep us updated with how it's going.
Yes, thanks for your time, guys.
Certainly, thank you.
All right, council members, that takes us into item number 12, third and final reading of this item. I'd like to call on Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve original ordinance number 2036, amending sections 15.10, 15.12, and 15.14 as recommended by the Planning Commission on third and final reading in accordance with findings of fact and conclusions of law, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the ordinance.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Somerville. Councilmember Harrington, I think at this time we'll go to Mr. Cheney for a summary of where we're at this point in the process. Welcome.
Mayor, Council, good evening. This is the third reading of the zoning text amendments related to housing and dimensional standards for the R2, R2M, and R3 zoning district. The changes in your packet are as presented in the last two readings and are as recommended by the Planning Commission. So I think with that, I would be happy to take any questions or refresh any memory if needed. But other than that, I don't really have much to add other than what we've discussed over the last few meetings. So.
All right, Mr. Cheney, appreciate the brevity for the third reading. Do we have further questions from the council on this and discussion? We've had considerable discussion for the first and second reading. Seeing none, I think we'll. Councilmember Gabriel, was that a hand up or just a hand movement? I'm sorry. Okay, why don't we see if we have public comment on this item at this time? I do have hands raised, and for those members of the public that are interested, go ahead and use your program or your phone to raise your hand to let us know that you'd like to speak. First speaker that we're going to recognize is Brett Glass. We'd like to let Mr. Glass into the meeting and provide him 3 minutes for public comment.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And members of council, I just wanted to reiterate what I've said in the past, that this ordinance would not do anything positive for the neighborhoods it affects. In fact, what it would do is it would cram highly urbanized, ultra-dense housing into zones which typically have single-family or two-family housing. It wouldn't make housing more affordable because it would be exploited, in fact, by developers who wanted to charge more per square foot for smaller dwellings. It would also have a bad impact of neighborhoods because it would increase congestion and traffic. It seems almost to be, as I've said in previous meetings, an end run around the council's previous vote to deny a request to build very dense housing on the west side, and it would have an impact on that historic neighborhood that could not possibly be good. So I'm going to ask again that you please vote this down. I think that during the last meeting, council, some members of council expressed concerns that council didn't have a coordinated plan about what it was going to do about housing and affordable housing and changes to zoning. So I really think that this should be voted down, and council should go back to the drawing board and come up with such a plan. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. And thank you for taking time to be here, share your views. Other public comments? I'd like to recognize Mr. Josh Watanabe, and welcome. And you've got the floor for 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I believe I was able to submit my comments to you, and hopefully you got those. Just here to express our support for this ordinance. Appreciate the planning team's time and taking the time they took to explain this to us and help explain how they believe it'll help bring in affordable housing, which is obviously a primary concern for Laramie Interfaith and our work here. And so again, we're just here to support this. Thank you.
Thank you for taking time to be here and share that point of view. Got Wendy Chapman. I'd like to let Miss Wendy Chapman into the meeting, and you have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Chapman. I have already expressed my concerns about this, mostly based around the possibility of dense housing being put in the middle of single home neighborhoods. Although the west side is R2 for the most part, it is mostly single family homes and small homes. So again, thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns. And that's the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, for taking time to be here. Other public comment? I'd like to provide Mr. Taylor Norton, an opportunity to share public comment. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to voice support for anything that gets us a step closer toward having affordable housing in Laramie. I think, generally speaking, the city planners know what they're talking about and have done their due diligence, and I trust their work. And I encourage you to vote in favor of this this going forward. And I thank you.
Thank you for taking time to be here and share your point of view with the council. I'll leave public comment open for just a few moments longer in case we have further. Yep, looks like we do. I'd like to recognize the screen name, Scully Stilgerick, and if you could please provide your name for the public record. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Scully Stilgorick. My legal name actually is Amanda Still. I still haven't changed it yet, but legally it will be Scully Stilgorick someday. I appreciate y'all's time. I just want to make sure that I have been focusing. We are on agenda point 13.
No,
okay.
And I appreciate the inquiry. No, there will be an opportunity to weigh in on that. And I appreciate your assistance with getting your name correct for the public record. That's why I inquired. We're not quite there yet. Do you want to reserve your comment for item 13, I take it?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yep, sorry about the confusion. No problem. Thank you for your time. Okay. Let's see if we have any further public comment on the issue for item number 12. We may not. Oh, we do. I'd like to recognize Nate Martin. Let's let Mr. Martin into the room and provide him the floor for comment. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just real short and brief. I'm a homeowner in Westside Laramie. I support this ordinance as it does lead us towards more affordable housing. That's it.
Thank you for taking time to be here. Share your point of view with the City Council. One more final call for public comment. All right, we'll take it back to the council for discussion or questions that they may have developed in the last few minutes. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide a few comments tonight. I know that 2 weeks ago we had a lot of discussion regarding the scope and the breadth of this ordinance and these changes and whether we should be including other zoning districts. And I just want to let the council know tonight I've spent a lot of time with city staff, and I'm gonna go ahead and support this tonight, and I'll request a work session on the other pieces. And both to this ordinance and to that request that'll come later, I think it's important as we look at this conversation about affordable housing that we're putting as many tools in the toolbox as possible. This is not meant to be a fix-it-all solution. I think we have a lot more work to do, but that's part of the reason why I'm going to go ahead and support this tonight and push forward on some of the things that we discussed 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Somerville. Councilmember Schmeckel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also comment that I support a more holistic viewpoint in how we approach our zoning on this, but I will be supporting tonight's ordinance reading. I learned this afternoon of a credible developer that's developing in West Laramie that is waiting the outcome of this evening, and it will affect the number of units that they're able to build if this does pass. So I feel it urgent that we take this opportunity to move this forward and hopefully develop more homes in Laramie faster because of it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Schmeckel. Council members, we have had some discussion about this. It's okay, though. It's a very important topic, so I'm not discouraging further discussion. Yes, Councilmember Gabriel.
Thanks, Mayor. I was reading the New York Times the other day. They had an article December 12th. It says 1 lot, 2 homeowners. Accessory dwelling units are coming to the Northeast as officials loosen zoning rules. And Sarah Reese sent us an article and an email earlier as well, talking about an article from the Washington Post quoting major factor in favor of ADUs are affordability and flexibility. And so as we've heard to the other 2 counselors, you know, this is not the, it's one part. You know, we can get started. We've asked planning and zoning to do something to help affordability in the community. And there's so many communities that are really struggling with this. So I really like to commend Derek and his staff, the Planning Commission, for jumping on this and presenting this to City Council and getting this moving. So really in favor of this and appreciate everybody's efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabriel. Other comments or questions? I'll make a quick one. I had an interesting conversation today with somebody that has a good background in housing, housing issues, housing development. And they raised the point with me, affordable housing means so many different things and can mean so many different things depending on what your personal situation is. Affordable housing can mean one thing in terms of what's affordable at one level and what's affordable at another level. I'm going to support this because my understanding from what we've heard over the last, I'm going to say several years as council, is that we need all of the above, and we've heard that from different folks and from our city staff, phrased it in exactly that way for a couple of years now. We've taken some criticism maybe for not acting more boldly or quickly. I would say that there's always limiting factors, and we do try to be careful and take a look at all of the interests that are at play. So this is a tough issue, and as 3 other people have already said, there aren't a lot of quick answers. There aren't any one-size-fits-all answers, but I think that need to take the all of the above approach to increase the stock and supply of all kinds of affordable housing is where we see and find ourselves in Laramie today. So I'm going to go ahead and support this. I understand that it's not a perfect solution, and I feel badly that in passing this we generate concern for some folks. But I also want to say that those concerns have been heard, and there are going to be some forthcoming actions from the City Council to try to address some of that. We wish that we were able to do everything everybody wanted us to when they wanted us to do it, but that's simply not possible. But you have not been ignored, I think is my final point that I'd like to make there. We have a situation we need to address. Some people are upset about it. We've heard those things and they're valid, and we're going to try to do what we can to address some of those concerns. I hope that's fair to say, but I'm sorry if I took too long to say it. Anybody else want to take another shot at it before we go to the vote? Oh, Councilmember Harrington, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a procedural question regarding that. I see that our cover sheet this week again has a second motion included, and to avoid the, if somebody intends to make that motion, I'm not sure that it is necessary if we would just request a work session, but if somebody is, I don't want to avoid that sort of dynamic we had last week of bouncing back and forth in and out of this. Just flagging it for the council. Don't know if it's in order even to make that motion, but just wanted to point it out that it's there. I think a work session will work great.
Councilmember Harrington, my understanding is the council is going to address this at a different point on the agenda. That was there, and I will once again take full responsibility for that. That was my attempt to try to address some of these concerns in a way that I thought was fit. In fact, I still think it is a fit way to address these concerns, but we don't need to make that motion, and we can address it later. If nobody makes the motion, we'll simply move on to the next agenda item. Council? And your question and inquiry was fully appropriate, Councilmember, by all means. I don't see anybody wanting to discuss or take further action. In fact, I've seen an indication that folks would like to vote. City Clerk, can we have the roll call vote?
Humby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
No.
Weaver.
Yes,
That's 8 yeses and 1 no, Your Honor.
that motion carries. Council members, that takes us now to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 13. I'd like to note that it is 7:17. And I do anticipate that this item will take some time, and that's fine. It should. I do believe the council has liked to get into the habit of tracking our time when we have executive sessions. I think we still have plenty of time to manage this issue and the rest of our meeting tonight, but I just wanted to note that as we move forward. I'd like to turn it over to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. For the public's edification, I'm going to be reading the updated cover sheet, Laramie Rental Code with the date 1/4/22. The additional items under the documents has to do with the third item is called Rental Housing Code, third reading substitution is encompassing our previous changes. The fourth item, Rental Code, third reading substitution with anticipated council amendments, includes in writing a couple new amendments that we have coming forward. And the fifth item is supporting information from the student organization ASUW. So with that, again, reading the updated cover sheet for this particular ordinance. I move to approve and amend by substitution original ordinance number 2039 on third and final reading, adding Laramie Municipal Code section 8.80 related to rental housing, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilmember Somerville.
Point of information.
Yes, Councilmember O'Doherty.
I thought I understood this in the pre-meeting, but now I'm not so sure. So the proposed amendments by Councilors Harrington and Somerville, are they included in this, or they will be separate? Okay, thank you.
No problem. No problem. It's worth asking questions about so that everybody's clear. Right. So we've had the motion in the second. We do have some proposed amendments that the council will be able to work through, but at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to the city manager for the summary background. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to introduce this item on third reading. I do have a short PowerPoint where I think the clerk will post that for us to kind of walk us through introducing this third and final reading of the ordinance. Give Nancy a second to load that up. As you know, this issue is part of our continued discussion about shortages in housing in Laramie, and of course this ordinance does focus specifically on our rental units. Next slide. Rental stock has been a long-known concern, Council, as you and many members of the public are keenly aware. We've seen the quality of rental stock be a topic raised in these various studies and surveys, and even including exit interviews from employees at some of our major major employers. Owner-occupied housing in Laramie is among the lowest in the largest cities in Wyoming. And so, of course, we know that in Laramie, we have many, almost half of our population that is living in rental housing and are not occupying homes that they own. So this ordinance has potential to affect a lot of folks. Next slide. Just reminding you from our housing study completed in 2015, we have a tremendous demand for housing, and the housing study did specifically look at the need for rental housing in terms of quantity. It also did, next slide, talk about not only the need for more housing units and more rentals, but it did address the quality of our rental stock and our housing generally. It talked about 27 to 33% of our target demand should come from rental housing. Talked about the fact that economic development and business recruitment was really being hampered by a lack of workforce housing, both owner-occupied and rental.
City Manager?
Yes.
I'd like to just ask a question about that last piece, because I think that might be an eye-catching or ear-catching, if you will, piece of information. I believe that was information quoted and supplied to us from the Wyoming Business Council in their assessment of some of our economic development issues. Is that correct?
Mayor, you are correct, and these quotes that I'm sharing with you come out of the various studies that I presented in slide 2. I didn't attribute them individually just for the sake of time, but you are correct. The notation that economic development was being affected did come from the Wyoming Business Council, but it was also included in our own workforce housing study and analysis as well. So it was picked up in both of those local and state reports.
Which were done.
Nancy, if you'll click through the rest of those items. Continuing on, Mayor, rental housing, of course, is very much needed for our young professionals, singles, and couples. We've talked about this a lot. If we want folks to put roots down in the community, they often initiate putting those roots down in rental housing, and of course they hope for the most affordable and highest quality rental housing they can get. And I never want to overlook as well that this is an issue that doesn't just affect young professionals or workforce, but a lot of seniors in our community are living in rental housing that needs to be upgraded, that's really of poor quality and doesn't support a 55-plus lifestyle. And that was something, that quotation taken from our housing study, and something that we picked up on a number of years ago as we, along with the rest of the country, see an aging population. Next slide. It looks like we have some duplication. Oh, no, we don't. So here's the specific goal from your housing study that we did in 2015 that deals with the item before you tonight. Goal 6 said that the city should establish a rental property occupancy permit process, and noted that respondents to the Housing Citizen Survey identified rehabilitation of renter-occupied housing as a top 4 housing issue, and said that that was greatly needed to rehabilitate renter housing. Now, this ordinance won't rehabilitate, but as you know, it will establish some standards, and I'll go into that in a subsequent slide. And then the other goal that you have directly addressing this ordinance is the adopted goal of City Council for calendar year 2021, number A4. And it was wide-ranging, said that the council wished to review methods for improving housing opportunities. It included kind of your top 4 areas you wanted to look at, one of which was rental inspection and or some form of licensing program. So next slide, and we will look specifically at the ordinance that's in front of you. Just as a refresher, there are 3 key elements to the ordinance as it's currently drafted. The first is the need to register rental units. This will allow us, once the city has a registration database in place, to do a lot of outreach, education, and support with our landlords and with our tenants. It also establishes minimum habitability standards, noting that there need to be some basic equipment and supplies in a rental. The rental has to have structural integrity, it should have some ventilation, be free of mold and pests, have functioning heating and electrical, be weatherproof, secure, and have sanitation, water, and plumbing, just really those sort of basic things that homes should have. Lastly, fire safety is addressed under the minimum habitability section, noting the need for alarms, carbon monoxide detection, and proper egress and ingress in event of the need of folks to get out of a unit quickly. And then the third element is the complaint resolution program, and that does require that a tenant cannot come to the city to seek some resolution of a complaint unless they have first worked with their landlord, and they will need to document and show that they haven't been able to achieve redress with their landlord directly if they choose to use the city's complaint resolution program. We've been asked many times about the phased implementation. Nancy, if you'll bring that up. And I've shared this with you previously on the last 2 readings, but I wanted to put it out here again as I see we continue to receive questions from the public. This ordinance does allow for these 3 elements to be phased in over a year. This is the implementation schedule that I, along with members of staff, have worked up. We feel that in implementing the registration program element first is key because that allows us to establish communication with our landlords once we have them registered, know how to contact them, etc. So I envision if this ordinance passes that staff will be working on getting registrations from rentals between April of this year and June. Of course, that'll continue well beyond June, but we'll be doing a big push in those first few months to make a easy portal for folks to log into our website and register their rentals. The second part of the ordinance that would be implemented is the habitability standards, but not that they have to be in place, but that I expect from about April through the end of 2022, we'll be conducting education and helping landlords to understand what the habitability standards are and working with them on implementing those standards in their rentals if they do not already exist. One of the questions that has come up repeatedly, as you know, from the public has been issues of, well, will there be sufficient contractors, say, to install egress windows if that were necessary? And I want to assure the council that, we talked about that at a staff level. We understand that there could be issues in the labor market, and we will work with landlords, noting that if they're making good effort toward getting those things accomplished through the end of calendar year 22, that we'll be taking that into account. We understand there's maybe only so much work that our labor market can get done, but we'll work through that. We'll keep you guys apprised and as well work with the landlords. And then the third element or third phase of implementation would take effect roughly a year from now. I envision in early January. Your ordinance says that the ordinance has to be fully implemented by January 1st of 2023, and that would be the earliest possible date that we would start enforcing the habitability standards or accepting complaints in the complaint resolution program. So this is a tentative implementation schedule, and wanted to hit that one more time on third reading. So let's look at what changes we've made to the ordinance in the next slide on second reading. On second reading, as you know, we did ask you to amend by substitution, and we offered a substitution ordinance that just clarified some language and really mirrored language that already exists in the building code for requirements related to the use of licensed contractors. We did this to eliminate some misperception in the community that this ordinance would somehow require the use of licensed contractors beyond and above what is already required. And so we made that clarification to make it clear we're not creating any new requirement through this ordinance for licensed contractors to do work. And then on second reading, that same amendment by substitution did include some specifics with respect to egress, ingress, and really incorporated fire code requirements that already exist within section 8.80.030. I'm going to offer in a moment an opportunity for the fire marshal to speak to this issue. If you would like him to, he was available on second reading and he remains available tonight as well on third reading if you have questions about the egress, ingress fire code requirements. So what is on the table tonight? We've asked you this evening on third reading to also amend by substitution to allow us to make some additional clarifications, particularly in section 8.80.020. These clarifications were suggested by the legal team at the university, and the city attorney reviewed and concurred with them. They are intended purely to clarify. They do not create nor change any requirement of the ordinance. What is notable here, and the reason for this, is that University of Wyoming housing is already sprinklered, has fire suppression systems in it, and or has fire alarms under the building and fire codes. Again, on this point, the fire marshal is available and can address your questions on this if you would like him to. And with that, I'll finish the last slide and then we can certainly come back to any of these points as needed. I wanted to address some frequent questions or concerns, I would call them, that we have received here in my office by public comment. There has been a pervasive concern and many questions about the fees and whether they will affect rents charged by landlords and paid by tenants in the community. We do envision these fees, if you pass this resolution, to be quite meager, in my opinion. We're projecting right now a $15 to $20 annual registration and filing fee. Those fees ultimately, however, will be adopted by resolution of City Council and subject to more public input and your approval. There have also been pervasive questions about this issue of having an owner's agent. I will tell you that I think the misperception in the community has been a lot of folks writing to us and saying, I can't afford to hire a maintenance company or contract with some other party, and if I do, then I'm going to have to, as the landlord and property owner, pass that charge on to my tenants. And I want to clarify, an owner's agent is nowhere in the ordinance said to have to be someone other than the property owner. The owner's agent, as I read this ordinance, can be the property owner themselves, or it can be another party. So in other words, the owner, landlord can self-manage or contract out management of their rental property at their choosing. I think one of the things I want to mention about this is it will be very useful for the city to understand who to contact, who is the responsible party for rentals in the community for all kinds of reasons, well beyond the purpose and intent, as I understand it, of this ordinance that the City Council are reviewing tonight. And then the last frequent question or concern that we have heard is with respect to the early sections where we make definitions. And folks have said, well, what constitutes a temporary repair versus a permanent repair? And I'll tell you, after receiving many comments about this, staff literally just an hour and a half ago agreed that we would like to ask the council this evening if you would mind moving a friendly amendment that we think could very simply clarify temporary versus permanent or final repairs. And I've highlighted that in yellow there. And also the clerk will be able to show you the ordinance with these changes made in text when you get to, or if you get to, moving that friendly amendment. We think that those questions from people in the community about temporary versus permanent were warranted, and we think that this will solve that problem. So with that, I would ask maybe the clerk to go back one slide, and if you have questions for the fire marshal, I know he's with us this evening, with respect to the egress-ingress changes made on second reading, and of course also he can address the issue of University of Wyoming housing as it has been modified in this substitution amendment currently on the floor. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have opportunity for questions. We'll start with Councilmember O'Doherty.
I have a question for the fire marshal, Mr. Johnson. Can you explain the difference between an egress, like some egress windows could have the same outer dimensions as a current window, but in order to be a proper egress window, the opening needs to be a certain size. And so I've been reading about that in the code, and also the distance from the floor is critical in the code. So if you could just explain what an egress window is for us and for the public, thank you.
Mayor and council members, the minimum size for our egress escape window, according to the International Fire Code, is a 5.7 square feet. It gives out some minimum dimensions of net clear opening of 24 inches so that a person can get in and out, or mainly out. So, and the width, so that the 24 inches was a minimum height, and 20 inches as a minimum width to meet that. As far as for the floor level, it's so that elderly or young can get out, and the maximum height from the floor would be 44 inches.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty, and Mr. Johnson. We want to thank you for being here again with us this evening to answer these questions.
No problem.
Do we have any other questions for the city manager or Mr. Johnson right now from other members of the council? I suppose I would just tag on, and I do apologize, city manager, for earlier interjecting at the beginning of your presentation, but I think it's important for people to understand that there's a diversity of information sources that the city has looked at, and each has emphasized different aspects of housing, and in this context, rental housing, to the council in terms of a policy direction, both the need to increase supply and what types of supply. Not every rental housing development is ideal for seniors, or is ideal for young families, or is ideal for students. There are different considerations for all of those, and as you've seen, there's a different level of need that has been identified to the city government for where we're deficient and need to grow those things. And then those issues of rehabilitate versus increasing stock is yet another discussion. The city really is not in a position, nor at this point in time, I would say, wanting to go out and dictate to people how they can rehabilitate their properties. That seems to be a very different issue. But what we can do is to try to address some of this by saying perhaps there should be some tightening of standards, which is one of the directions we want to go. And again, I want to emphasize that information and that critique that came to the council that was mentioned in the presentation about our economic development efforts. We have heard time and again from either our local economic development partners or businesses that they have engaged with to come here, or private sector partners that operate all over the state and participate in the business council and in programs of the business council, and in those different types of analysis that we get, that these are issues that we have and that we need to address. So that is also where these concerns are generated from. In addition to the primary generation of these concerns, which is folks that rent in Laramie that have said they'd like to see some changes made. There are a lot of converging points of information, and I just want to stress and emphasize that. Perhaps I've done too much of it, but I think it's important. Other questions for the city manager or Mr. Johnson right now? All right, I know we're going to go through an amendment process with this. I'd like to go to the vice mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit, but my question is for the city clerk regarding the amendment, the proposed amendment with repair with final repair. What were those sections again?
I think Councilmember Somerville might have some input on that, and we'll turn it over to her while the city clerk is checking, because I noticed she was looking around for that too when the topic came up. Go ahead, Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready to move that amendment.
Okay.
If that's appropriate. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, wait a second. I haven't called for that yet, folks. I'm going to need just a minute because I do want to check with the city clerk, because I wonder if she did have some questions in terms of placement, or is it just the one specific piece where that's going to go. City clerk, are you feeling comfortable and clear with where we're talking about in terms of language with that friendly amendment?
Mayor, can you see the screen that I'm sharing right now?
I can.
Oh, okay. At the bottom is the city manager has included in each section B2, C4, D2, and H2.
Right. Okay. So we're set. And, you know, I just wanted to double check, because when that topic conversation was coming up, I noted that there were other things to be needed to be paid attention to. So I wanted to double check to make sure we understand and understand where all that's going to go. Also, before we get into amendments, I think council, if you'll bear with me, I think it's important to address a couple of points. Public comment will be taken on every amendment. The council is respectfully requesting and has an expectation that comment will be directed towards the substance of amendments as we go through amendments. There will, of course, be an opportunity to talk about the motion, the main motion as a whole, but not during the amendment process. We'd like to have those comments focused to the amendments and the amendments alone. And then comments will be taken on the motion as a whole after amendments are worked and passed or not adopted through the council. So I'd just like to make sure that that's clear. I assume it is, and that's a respectful request. But in this case, with the need to go through all these amendments, that's also going to be the expectation. Councilmember Schuster, I saw that you had raised a hand, and before we get into this discussion of amendments, I'd like to give you an opportunity if it was related to the city manager's presentation or Mr. Johnson.
Mine was to the city manager's presentation. I see it needs to be by resolution, but I wish we could really lock down that second fee. Because my question is, can we lock down the second fee tonight before we pass something with a blank spot in it saying that we will insert a fee at a later date? So it says on there that it's $15 to $20. I'd really like people to say, hey, you're asking for a blank check here. You haven't even put a fee in there in that second one. Can we nail that down now?
City manager, I think that question was directed to you, so I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schuster, the ordinance as currently drafted does say that the fees need to be set by resolution every 2 years. So the only way to lock it down would be to amend the resolution as I can see it. I will assure you, however, that I do not intend to bring a resolution back to you in a few weeks that is any greater than $20 per year to register a rental unit. And that would be the proposal that I will put on the table. We've been running through the numbers, and I would like to pare that down. 20 is my top end. That's why in the PowerPoint I said 15 to 20. I'm very committed to that number, and you will see a number in that range coming back by resolution in the next few weeks if this passes tonight.
Okay, thank you. That was my question on the presentation.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Schuster. I think that's a valid question. I think it was addressed a little bit in the presentation. I'd like to just tack on a follow-up to that, City Manager. At what point will the council be adopting the fee through resolution on your calendar at this point? When do you anticipate that happening?
Well, thinking back, Mayor, to the implementation schedule I shared with you, we'll want to bring that back just as soon as this passes or fails. I mean, if it fails, obviously we won't bring it back. But if it passes, I expect to have that fee resolution in front of you at the following regular meeting. So if it passes tonight, that would be late January.
So is it fair to say, City Manager, if you come back to the City Council with a $50 fee, memory will still be very recent of the discussions that we've had tonight? Is that fair to say?
Mayor, yes, I expect fully that you will hold me to my commitment of 15 to 20. And you'll say, wait, you told us 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so absolutely. Very fresh.
Thank you, City Manager. I would anticipate that given where this discussion has gone, it might be difficult to get a fee of much more than that through the council, given where we're at in the process. But I appreciate the time given to this part of the discussion. All right. So again, I believe we're going to go back to the main motion because we have forthcoming amendments. And for that, the Vice Mayor has the floor. Are we prepared now? Vice Mayor, do you have anything you'd like to address before we get to potential amendments?
No, I don't. I'm just ready to go forward with the friendly amendment.
All right.
Unless Councilor Somerville wants to do that. But I think we should do amendments first, if that matters.
I wanted to check with you as the maker of the main motion. We'll go back now to Councilmember Somerville because I think she was ready to make that motion, but I had the floor for Councilor Schuster. So thank you, Council, for your patience with everybody. Councilmember Somerville, did you have a forthcoming amendment?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I do. At this time, I would move to replace repair with final repair in each section, including sections B2, C4, D2, and H2.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion, a second by the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Somerville, this was addressed in the presentation. Did you have any further points that you wanted to make about it?
Mayor, not at this time. Thank you.
Any council members have any questions about this? All right. So looking for public comment on the amendment and restricting public comment to the substance of the amendment. I'd like to recognize Joe Arnold. I'd like to let Mr. Joe Arnold into the meeting. You have the floor, sir. Thank you for being here. Mr. Arnold, I feel like I should let you know we can't hear you. City Clerk, why don't we move to the next speaker, and then we'll check back with Mr. Arnold if he's not able to join us here in just a second. Oh, maybe just a reminder about how to unmute if he's on the phone.
Thank you, Mayor. If you're on the phone, *9 will raise your hand. *6 will unmute you. If you are on your internet or on a phone, there should be a raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, as well as a mute and unmute button.
Thank you, City Clerk. Let's just make sure that we haven't cut Mr. Arnold off if he's able to get on join us real quick. See any audio indication. Mr. Arnold, can you hear us? We can't hear you. We'll check back. We'll check back in a moment. All right, City Clerk, why don't we move to the next, which I think the next person in order was Andrew Arnold. Let's recognize Andrew Arnold and provide you with the floor for public comment on the amendment. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver and City Council. Is this the amendment where there's some specific definitions? Maybe it's 8.80.020, specifically when it regarding the word rental housing and what that means and what it doesn't mean. Is that what we're talking about, that amendment?
No, that one's coming up, and I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll just wait then.
Okay, no problem. And we appreciate your patience, and thank you. Why don't we check back with Joe Arnold quickly and see if he's been able to get to join us. Still see him as muted. There we go. Mr. Arnold, are you there? unfortunate. Give him a second. Let's go to Brett Glass. Let's let Mr. Glass into the meeting for public comment on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brett Glass here. I wonder if those who are proposing that a final repair be done within 10 days have ever tried to hire a contractor in Laramie to do repairs. It's unfortunate, but I have called contractors and tried to get them to do repairs and told them that they have been told that they were 2 months out, and have had to put in, despite wanting to get things permanently fixed, have had to put in temporary repairs in order to do that. This is, I know the council is concerned about this, but you can't command the sun to rise in the west. And if you're going to require that these repairs be done by a licensed contractor instead of allowing me to pull a permit to do it, it's unreasonable to ask me to do it when I can't get contractors. And by the way, the licensed contractors in town are not only overbooked, they've also raised their rates recently as of the new year, and we're finding it very expensive to get them to come at all. But I would ask that you please take into consideration the fact that that it's very difficult to get contractors, and we don't expect this to change in the immediate future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass, for your comments and sharing that point of view. Other comment? Check with Mr. Arnold one more time. Joe, are you able to join us? We'll just have to check with him again. I'd like to go to the next speaker, which is, I have a screen name of Stuart G, and I would just ask if you could please provide your name, your full name for the public record. We would very much appreciate it. And you have the floor. I think we can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, we're gonna keep going. We'll cover instructions for getting in for comment.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Cool.
Go ahead.
My full name is Stuart Guarneri, and I just wanted to say that I agree with Mr. Glass's comment that it is in fact very difficult to schedule certain kinds of repairs. And I understand that heating and plumbing has been fantastic. These folks really do know about the essentials, but even in that context, it can take quite a while to get some repairs to go final. For instance, a sewer main, the connection between a rental and the sewer main broke, and that was very difficult to schedule. It took several weeks. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Council
Thank
members,
you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Public comment on the amendment. Oh, let's try it. Let's give Mr. Arnold another shot.
Okay, I think I'm on this time.
Yes, there you are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to be clear on what the requirements are for egress windows. Are you saying every room in a basement apartment, say, needs an egress window?
What we'll do is we'll ask our staff to take that question down, and we'll give you an opportunity to get an answer. We don't, as you probably know, Mr. Arnold, because you're not new to the community of the meetings, we don't do a direct back and forth. We try to get through all the comments and questions, but we'll note that question, and when we move it away from public comment, we'll get you an answer to that question. Did you have?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't know that was on the amendment. Let's see if we have further public comment. Seeing none. take it back to the council. City manager, I'd like to ask a question of you that I think is just developed for us out of that. And this may be a question also for the city attorney, whoever would like to provide an answer. My interpretation, which at this stage in the process is important, is that this ordinance is written in a way that once in effect, if there is an issue where the landlord is attempting to make a repair and they cannot get the required contractor to do that within 10 days. If a tenant were to make a complaint to the city's follow-up to that would be to contact the rental property owner or agent, at which point the owner or agent would have the ability to say, well, we've contacted the repair person of interest in this, in whatever the scenario may be, and they've told us it's going to be X before they can get there. We've said, please get there as soon as you can, but that's the arrangement that's been made. My interpretation is that the ordinance is written in such a way that that would be satisfactory. That would not automatically trigger any sort of penalty beyond, well, it wouldn't trigger a penalty whatsoever because the arrangements have been made. At that point, it is out of the control of the agent or the property owner. City manager or city attorney, am I wrong?
Mayor, I'm happy to go first. No, I don't think that you're wrong at all. I think in, let me pull up the section here. Section 8.80.040, Section G, it does, the ordinance as written does say that staff can accept a schedule of repairs for both a lack of essential services to be corrected or for the lack of non-essential services to be corrected. And so, yes, if it is for some reason unable or unattainable, I should say, to complete a repair, then the landlord just simply sharing that information with us and showing some proof of, say, a work order having been ordered and a schedule for getting that done would be sufficient.
Thank you, city manager. And again, the intent here is not to require folks to perform miracles during high demand times for contractors. And those landlords that are following up on things don't need to be concerned. City attorney, I don't know if you need to add anything to that, but I want to give you a chance. If you don't raise your hand, I'll just take it that you're good. I'll give you a second. I think he's satisfied with that language. Thank you, city manager. Discussion on the amendment for final repair. Seeing none, let's go to a vote on the amendment.
Harrington,
Yes.
Gabriel,
No.
Cumby,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
Yes.
Schuster,
No.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses and 2 noes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That motion carries. That amendment has been approved. Are there other forthcoming amendments? Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to make the following motion for amendment. On page 2, in section 8.80.020 definitions, we're going to insert major appliance and define that as a furnace, water heater, refrigerator, freezer, oven, or stove. And then secondly, as part of this amendment on page 4, in section 8.80.030, general requirements for rental housing, provision L, amend as follows. Appliances. All major appliances furnished by the landlord must be in good working order and shall be maintained by the landlord, except that the landlord shall not be responsible for the cost of any repairs necessitated by the neglect, acts, or omissions of the tenant.
Fred, point of information.
Not yet, Councilor O'Doherty. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Councilmember O'Doherty.
I think Councilor Somerville misread the I as an L. So I believe she's talking about section I, where it says appliances on page 4, all major appliances.
Very much, Councilmember O'Doherty. Councilmember Somerville, would you like to restate the motion?
Without repeating all of that, I would like to restate that L should be an I. Thank you, Councilor O'Doherty.
Thank you very much, Councilmember O'Doherty. And Somerville City Clerk, are we clear? I think the motion was made, and I believe the second was Councilmember Harrington. Councilmember O'Doherty, I appreciate your patience. I don't like to have to try to pay attention to 40 things at once. So I appreciate your diligence with that and pressing it. Okay, discussion on this. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm asking the council for some consideration on this after comments we've received both from tenants and from landlords, and some concern about appliances. What this amendment is trying to do is recognizing major appliances that we can consider necessary for life, cooking, heat, all of those things, but excluding appliances that maybe are not necessarily required and in a lot of rentals are not offered, including like dishwashers, washers, and dryers. And so we really wanted to spell that out and provide some more clarity in terms of what we were asking the landlords to maintain.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. Other discussion? Councilmember Somerville, I have a question for you about this. This is not a requirement that rental properties don't include things like washers, dryers, and dishwashers. It's simply that in terms of the health and safety and habitability standards, the feeling is those types of appliances don't really fall under the same umbrella as things like heat, refrigeration for food, hot water. Is that correct? Is that where we're headed here?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. And we've certainly learned that in certain cases, landlords make arrangements for those types of other appliances like washers and dryers within their lease arrangements specific to their particular property. And so by clarifying this language, we're going to continue to allow them to do that.
Right. I mean, it's totally their choice. Honestly, it's not.
Absolutely.
It's fair to say it's not even a question of us allowing it. Those folks that want to put those amenities in, they're going to have that advantage in the marketplace when renters are looking for. Okay. I just wanted to kind of cover that. We had heard some feedback and had communicated with a few people on that particular area of concern. Is there any other discussion about this? It's fairly clear. We did get into it a bit last week, but other questions? Yes, Councilmember Gabriel.
Well, thanks, Mayor. I'm not trying to be too difficult, but in the state statute, residential rental property, it states owner's duties: maintain a common areas of residential rental unit in sanitary, reasonably safe condition, maintain electrical systems, plumbing, heating, hot and cold water, maintain other appliances and facilities as specifically contracted in the rental agreement. So I'm not quite sure what we're trying to get out here, since it's already covered under the Article 12 of the residential rental property.
Okay. Other discussion? Councilmember O'Doherty.
The reason it's here is that if a refrigerator goes out of a rental and you have to count on the state statute, it could be a month until you get a court hearing. That's why it's in here. Thank you.
Other discussion? Councilmember Schuster.
Thank you. I'm listening to all this, and we're still really vague. In my office at work, I have a small refrigerator, and in the top half of it, it has an ice box. So if a landlord wants to, he can send and put a 3-foot tall refrigerator in there, and he's met the statute. Doesn't say what size, just says a refrigerator.
Councilmember Schuster, I guess I have a question for your question. Do you think the ordinance should dictate the size of appliances?
No, I don't think this ordinance should be here at all. But I'm
You
going to
certainly-
point out something.
So you
Somebody's
certainly
gonna
don't
be
think
happy.
we shouldn't get into the size of appliances required by a lease, but the state statute doesn't do that. We certainly wouldn't want to do that either.
Okay.
I don't think. All right. Other questions or comments? Why don't we see if we have public comment on the amendment? Respectfully request that the comments be on the amendment. I'd like to go to Andrew Arnold. Let Mr. Andrew Arnold into the room. And you have the floor. Thanks for taking time to be here.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question or a clarification specifically around major appliance. What do you mean by freezer? And I mean that with all sincerity, because there's certainly chest freezers, there's stand-up chest freezers, there's standalone freezers. What does that mean? It's not clear to Mr. Schuster's point and comment earlier. And I don't personally own rentals of this nature, but there are many rentals in town, like studio apartments, for example, that, believe it or not, don't have stoves because they have microwaves and or burners to accommodate people that choose to live in those places. And so I don't know what you mean by stove. How is the council going to define that? Because that could impact a lot of property owners and landowners. So I'd love some more clarification on that, specifically around that definition. In terms of, are these going to be required items for landlords in our community? And if so, I think Mr. Schuster's point is well intended, because you'll need more definition. Thanks.
Keep track of the questions posed and make sure that we have an opportunity to try to answer them as we move through. Next public comment on the amendment is Andy Smith. But Andy Smith, you have the floor. Thank you for being here and waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for having me. I would like to just comment and agree to Councilman Gabriel's point that a lot of these statutes, or a lot of these issues are already addressed in the Wyoming statute. And I would like to point out 121-1202 of the Wyoming statute that says each residential rental unit shall have operational electrical, heating and plumbing with hot and cold running water unless otherwise agreed upon in writing by both parties. So I would think that if a lease outlines what is provided and a tenant agrees to that said lease, there's no need for any additional language to the matter.
Thank you for taking the time to be here and share your perspective. I'd like to recognize Linda Devine. Allow Linda Devine into the meeting, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I think people should actually just take the time to read the ordinance, because that might clarify some things. Secondly, I know you're talking about the amendment, but Councilman Gabriel brought up the article and the statutes. I can tell you, to get into court to address that issue can take up to 2 to 3 months. First of all, you have to serve someone if you can find them. They then have 20 days to respond. And then after that, there can be negotiation back and forth. But it can take 2 to 3 months to even get into court. And it's really disappointing to me to see some of these council members who I respect getting so upset and their faces red and everything else, simply because this city council has decided that we actually want to make sure that our tenants live in safe and habitable environment. And I think that you just really need to rethink your values if you're more concerned with the landlords than making sure that people are living in a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for taking time to be here. Respectful reminder that we tailor comments to the amendments and to policy. I'd like to recognize Stephen Pence. Sorry for my error with your name. You're here in the room and you have the floor. Thank you.
Not a problem. Stephen Pence. Took some heat last time I mentioned this, but
I would like to see some wording in there that says unless otherwise agreed upon by the tenants. There very well may be tenants that are willing to forego a stove in order for decreased rent. And there are situations where that may be a possible. I'm just saying that tenants exist that would appreciate the option to rent a place without a stove. And so it's my impression from the reading of this amendment that it would require a stove or oven or both in every unit. And I think that there should be some wording saying unless otherwise agreed upon in the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pence, and I appreciate you taking the time to be here. Let's keep track of those kinds of questions and see if, in fact, there needs to be an adjustment in the language through another amendment to make sure those concerns are addressed. Let's see if there's any other public comment on the amendments. Council, I'm just going to note for you that it's 8:10 p.m. Public comments on the amendment. I'd like to recognize Brett Glass. Let's let Mr. Glass into the meeting. Mr. Glass, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment on the amendment. I think that the ordinance is really getting too much into micromanagement of exactly what kind of appliances you have. The state statute does it better. It talks specifically about having necessities like hot and cold water. This particular amendment to the ordinance is also badly worded because it uses the word stove, and while that could refer to a wood stove or some other appliance which we wouldn't recognize as being what someone normally cooks on, perhaps the word range was intended there really and not stove. But certainly you should specify what you're talking about, because as it is, it's ambiguous, and I don't think it's really helpful. The whole section on appliances isn't helpful, but if you're going to keep it, at least it should be clear.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. And thank you for sharing your view on the amendment. Let's go to Mr. Taylor Norton. Let's let Mr. Norton into the room. Mr. Norton, you've got the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I have not seen or heard any language in the original ordinance as proposed or the amendment being discussed here that affects the requirements of any rental properties as regards appliances. I think this conversation has no bearing as for saying, oh, this changes what's required, because it simply doesn't do that. More to the point, if people are going to get hung up on the language, then certainly a change as simple as changing the word stove to something that describes cooking devices or something to that effect would be a simple enough change to the amendment itself. As it stands, I don't see any reason not to support adding this amendment to the resolution. And I also don't see any reason to oppose the resolution as a whole on the basis of a state statute already existing that kind of talks about the same thing. A city ordinance that doesn't require judicial processes for grievances to be addressed, I think is a much needed avenue for the city to provide for its tenants. And I generally support the amendment and encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Thank you for taking time to make comments about the amendment item. Other comments on the amendment? Going to take it back to the council. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. Just keeping track of questions, and just wanted to touch on a couple of those questions that came up and clarify that this amendment does not require those major appliances. By adding that definition, it simply defines what we are considering major appliances that are to be maintained by the landlord. In the current version, it says that basically all appliances are to be maintained by the landlord. And so I just want to be very clear with everybody. This is not requiring a landlord to provide a stove. We certainly understand that there are those types of housing out there where they have different accommodations, maybe a microwave or a cooktop or something along those lines. So I want to be clear with that. And then, Mayor, I have a question for the city attorney. If we need to make any adjustments to the language regarding furnace or a freezer or a stove, or if we can further define that in the administrative policy to be clear with everybody.
Would you like to get an answer to that right now, Councilmember Somerville? Yes, it's
That'd be great.
Thank you. It's a similar question to one I had. I think we're running into some trouble here between be specific but not too specific. Perhaps we need some help.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Somerville, no, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, some of these things, I suppose we can sit and try to think of hypotheticals all day long about what a stove means. Those are going to have to be addressed in the administrative policies that eventually take shape around this.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Councilmember Somerville, you still got the floor for now, unless you're ready to move on for other questions from other members.
Mr. Mayor, I think that answered the questions that we had about what the amendment does and what it does not do. So I have no further comments.
Okay, comments and discussion, questions on the amendment. Councilmember Schmeckel, thanks for waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. I would submit that stove is still appropriate language because many units here in Laramie are actually heated by wood-burning stoves, and a wood-burning stove is not a furnace. So I think that the multi-use of that word is highly appropriate here to ensure that people are still in the warmth and that it should be maintained by a landlord if it's provided.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmeckel. Other discussion on this amendment? City Manager, on this topic, it does strike members of the council, including myself, that some of this, of course, will have to be managed through the program administration, and I'm just going to say that I do think our city staff and any future city staff are going to be able to make those kinds of distinctions between stove in a general sense versus cooking appliance, and that I think we might want to steer away from that. We need to have some level of generality there, and of course there will also still be those specific items spelled out in individual leases that both tenants and landlords will have that will address some of these things. Do you agree that some of this is just going to have to be a matter of administration? Perhaps we can get that spelled out through an administrative policy, but it may not be possible to try to address every single situation in an ordinance. Just like some feedback about that from the city manager.
Sure, Mayor. Yes, I agree. We typically, with a program of this nature, will have administrative rules that we will rely on to provide some further definition and fine-tuning to how we administer the program that your ordinance will create. And I guess what I would say is city staff every day do that. We interpret the code, we apply the code, and we work with people to move them toward compliance with the municipal code that the city council will put in place. So reasonableness in this regard is going to be really important, I think, particularly in the beginning. And as to the specific issue of stove, I think that is clear to me what is intended, and we'll be sure to define that clearly in administrative rules.
And those rules will be part of the rolling out process as this goes forward. So I suppose
that's correct.
Thank you, City Manager. So I suppose City Council, it's probably worth saying that as that process moves forward, the council may have an opportunity, probably will be given feedback on some of those rules as they're proposed. People may come back to us and say, wait a second, and we'll certainly have an opportunity to talk about those things with the city manager moving forward. I don't think there's anything in this ordinance that prevents us from going back to the city manager and saying, can we tweak this because it's causing problems, or having her come to us and saying, can we tweak this because it's causing problems? That's my 2 cents on this technical language around the specific appliance amendment. But it applies really to the rest of it. Any other questions or comments or discussion on the amendment? Okay, City Clerk, let's have a roll call vote.
Somerville.
Yes.
Schuster.
No.
Schmeckel.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
Gabriel.
No.
Cumbie,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses and 2 noes, Your Honor.
The motion carries. That amendment is approved. Do we have further amendments? Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to amend the definition of owner's agent to read a responsible party identified by property owner for every dwelling unit, and to amend section 8.80.060B to owner must identify an owner's agent who resides in Wyoming not more than 60 miles from Laramie for every dwelling unit and provide contact information for this responsible party.
Second.
I think the second was from Councilmember Somerville that time, so there's been a motion, a second from Councilmember Somerville. Further discussion on or questions on the amendment? Yes, Councilmember Harrington, you've got the floor still.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I'm bringing this amendment for your consideration. It seems logical to include folks. This would encapsulate the city of Cheyenne and sort of other proximate neighbors within the state of Wyoming, regardless of what county they are in. So if the city's interest is in response time and access to the unit in a timely fashion, it seems to me like a radius of miles is a more accurate way for us to put that into code rather than just our county boundary as it is now. So I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. And I think we heard a little bit about this earlier. I just want to clarify. Owner can certainly be the agent. I think this was addressed in the city manager's presentation. Owner can certainly be the agent. The owner is not required to have a separate agent, but should they need to or wish to, that agent needs to be identified through this process. They don't have to have one if they're willing and able to do it as the owner themselves. I think we needed to make sure we clarified that again, and nothing in this amendment changes anything about that. Simply the area where those folks can be identified. Okay, other questions or discussion about this amendment? Let's see if there's public comment about this amendment. City Clerk, I've got a screen named Shannon, and Shannon, we'd like to welcome you to the meeting and just ask you to please state your full name for the public record. Thank you for being here. I believe it's *6 to unmute if you're on the phone.
My apologies.
Hello.
You can hear me now, correct,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Yep.
Yes.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. So I am actually a renter here in Laramie. I've rented for 7 years here, 2 years in Rock Springs, and I rented in other areas of the U.S. and the world for 10 years prior to moving here. And you'll hear from me when we're doing public comment on the general ordinance, but in regards to this particular comment, this section, is it B, is that what it is, talks specifically about the owner's agent and the definition of that. And this is not necessarily for that one. It would probably have to be a second note, but we can define the owner's agent. Is it also possible to define an agent for the renter as well? Since it is actually stated earlier underneath the complaint requirements that there just needs to be a complaint from a party to the current rental agreement covering the property in question or an agent of the party. So I think that would point to either the agent of the owner or the agent of the renter. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're very welcome, and thank you for taking time to be here, and we'll make sure that question is kept track of as we move forward. Other public comment on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move it back to the council. Further discussion. Council, is there a desire to address the substance of that question that was just raised by members of the public? Councilmember Harrington, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I would welcome a correction from anybody on the staff if this feels field from the question, but the purpose of the owner's agent is really point of contact in a large way. If a tenant has engaged an agent on their behalf, that will be the person, bringing the complaint to the city, or the city will be working with that person, but will be identified at the point of the complaint. So I'm not so sure that it needs to be further clarified, would be my sense. I mean, I think we're looking for point of contact for each rental unit, not necessarily, we aren't proactively, out there chasing down tenants and contacting them directly. We would contact the owner's agent. So I think that would be the purpose in my mind of the owner's agent. So while that point is well taken, I think it will likely already be resolved in this ordinance.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington, I'd like to ask a supplementary question to that, which is that do we have language in the ordinance that creates a situation where a tenant's agent can be the contacting party to the city in a complaint process?
Bit of information. It's in number C3 under there. It says.
Go ahead, Councilmember O'Doherty.
It says the person who files a complaint must be a party to the current rental agreement covering the property in question or an agent of the party, and must be, before filing the complaint, have been written in writing, notified the property owner or owner's agent.
Okay. All right. So that would be for the contact portion of this. Okay. All right. Other discussion about this amendment? Questions? City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Humby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Excused.
sorry, Gabriel, absent, Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmickel,
Yes.
Schuster,
No.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Gabriel,
No.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses and 2 noes, Your Honor.
And that motion carries and that amendment has been adopted. Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any other forthcoming amendments? Vice Mayor, you have the floor for the main motion for your next step. Is there anything that you'd like to do before we proceed to public comment?
No, I think we've got it.
All right. I do see that Councilmember O'Doherty's raised her hand. Councilmember O'Doherty?
We have council comments before public comments.
There's a request to have
council questions and comments.
Let's keep it to questions, maybe, and then we'll move to public comment and then council comment. Is that satisfactory to you, Councilmember O'Doherty, or do you wish to have comments before and after?
The reason I'd like to have comments before is that we've gotten a lot of misinformation spreading on Facebook, and I think if we can address some of those things, it might make people feel better so that we don't have to hear comments about things that are incorrect about the ordinance.
That seems like a reasonable request, and it's hoped that might address some of that. So I'm willing to move to a comment period before the public comment. It's 8:30. I think we've managed time pretty well. Council, is there any objection to that? All right. Councilmember O'Doherty, would you like to begin?
Yeah, right now, if a tenant has a problem with a landlord and they cannot get it fixed, the only redress is to address them in a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit or a small claims court. if the landlord is only identified by, I'm making this up, so I hope there isn't such a landlord here, Big Tree Properties LLC, P.O. Box somewhere in the United States of America, how does a person file their, this could be a question for our attorney, how would a person file a lawsuit and get a subpoena to a person who you don't even know who they are? It's an LLC somewhere in America. Can our attorney fill us in on how, why that's not accepted, or,
Seems like a time. Yeah, seems like a timely question. I think the question's pretty clear. City Attorney, are you prepared to give an answer to that question?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor. It would be an extremely long answer because there are a number of ways to find and track down people and get them served if they are out of state. It gets even more complicated. I mean, it's a large topic. It's one of the largest topics in civil procedure. It can be simple if it's your next door neighbor. It can be extremely complicated if it's a human being or company based out of state. So, I mean, I could go on and on, but
no.
Let me have more specific questions.
I have a more specific question that I think is directly related. What is the response time after someone's been served for a claim?
No, I don't remember. Generally, it's 20 days, and I think it's that way in the statute, in this landlord-tenant contract dispute statute.
I think we need to verify that. I think we need to verify that because I think it's a very, very important point in this discussion. And I'm not saying, city attorney, go do that now, but let's make sure that we do know what that is. Councilmember O'Doherty, you got some follow-up?
Yeah, my point is that this Big Tree Properties LLC, P.O. Box somewhere, even in Wyoming, they don't have to file with a name. The Secretary of State does not have a name. I mean, it's not a published name associated with some LLCs. So I know a couple of councilors think it's an easy thing to just use the state statute, but they've never been in that situation, I bet you, and it would be very difficult. Thank you.
Okay, if I may chime in, I take your point, Councilor O'Doherty. LLCs have registered agents, corporations have registered agents. It's still a complicated process. So.
All right. Thank you for those questions and those answers. Other questions, comments? Questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember O'Doherty.
I'm sorry, but I want to get it on the record. The things that a landlord can deduct from their expenses. Advertising, auto and travel, cleaning and maintenance, commissions, insurance, legal and other professional fees, management fees, mortgage interest paid to banks, other interest, repairs, supplies, taxes, utilities, depreciation, expense or depletion, and other. So that's what my tax form looks like. All of those things are deductible for a rental that I own. I've looked at the 1040 for somebody who doesn't have a lot of extra income. There's no place to deduct legal fees. So I just want to point that out. That's why I'm supporting this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. Council members, comments at this time? All right. Well, we may have some further comment generated from questions that come now. Were there any questions, in addition to comments before we move to the public? I asked for comments a couple of times, so I don't know if I emphasized the questions were also okay. All right, I would like to get an answer on that civil process response time, and I know that we'll get that. I think it's publicly easily. We're going to go to the public. Respectful request, and it's just a respectful request from the council. is for the public to adhere to the 3-minute rule. And by no means do you need to take the full 3 minutes. Of course you can. We would look most favorably at those comments that wish to contribute something new to the discussion. You, of course, are welcome to make whatever comments that you'd like, but we'd look for new comments as opposed to a reiteration of the same points over and over again. I understand that it's important for people to want to say, I agree with that former speaker. You're going to have that opportunity. I don't know how valuable it is for everyone to hear the same points made repeatedly. And I'd like to recognize the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor, recall we have a list of people who already signed up to make general comments. I don't know if you wanted to go to that first. You do that generally, so.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Those individuals will be first. We do have 10 individuals that signed up using the process that you just indicated. And again, members of the public, that's simply a respectful request. You can use this time within limits how you see fit, but you may want to use that time to best communicate your arguments and points of view in a timely way that isn't overly repetitive. A respectful request, not a requirement. City Clerk, who did we have first on the list? I had that and I seem to have lost it among the many tabs that I've got on my open on
Here, we had Amy Nagler.
Let's recognize Amy Nagler if she's with us.
I am not seeing her screen name, Mayor.
Why don't we move on, and if she joins us at a later point in time, we'll do that. Why don't we go to the next public comment on the list?
We had Virginia Vincetti.
Right. I'd like to recognize Virginia Vincetti. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor.
You have the floor.
In regard to the question about being able to locate the owner or the person who needs to be served some document, why can't or could you include that kind of information when the property is registered? You're requiring a registration, so it could be that you require contact information and a specific name for the person who might need to be contacted about any number of things, so that you don't have this long investigation of how to get in touch with them. And also I would say, instead of just having the property manager, when the registration is done, make sure the owner is included in that contact information, so that we don't have that problem we had a few months ago that I read it in paper. Another thing that I'm concerned about is actually the state statute is very pro-landlord. And one point was made about what it would cost and the time it would take to for a tenant to try to get action if they don't get response. Another thing is there's no protection for the tenants in that statute that I'm aware of in terms of retaliation that can occur to a tenant for complaining. And I've heard that. I used to teach consumer issues at the university, and housing and rental issues came up a lot, and also in the consumer issues conferences. And so, they should have some protections so that if they have a legitimate complaint, they're not going to pay the price, because that makes them fearful of even complaining even though they might have a good reason. So, and then another thing that I've heard from people, because I manage 2 rental houses in town, and when I'm searching for renters, I've had a few students come and say, they won't even give me the lease to look at until I'm ready to commit and sit down and sign it. You can't do that when you're buying property. Why should you have to do that or be in that situation when you're renting? And especially when we have so many students who don't have experience doing this, that it would be helpful for them to be able to have the lease and show it to somebody who has more experience and knowledge than they might have. And I think those two things would be big, helpful things. One other point I want to make is that when you have a penalty and you have repeat offenders, it seems to be not only on this ordinance, but other ordinances that the city has. If you make repeat offenses cost more than the first offenses, because some people kind of play that game of, oh, I'll get my 10 minutes or my 10 days and then I'll do it again next year. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much for those comments and for doing your best to keep them there with the time. We do appreciate you taking time out of your evening to share your point of view. Who's next on our list from having signed up earlier, City Clerk?
Diana Seebeck.
Let's recognize Diana Seebeck. Allow Diana into the room. And Ms. Seebeck, thank you for taking time out of your evening to be here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that Laramie needs more quality rentals, which relates to our economic development. And I agree that some tenants have had negative experiences with landlords and management companies. I know that's the case. I also know that landlords have had negative and costly experiences with tenants. I agree that tenants and landlords need a timely way to address their grievances. But I'm opposed to the ordinance because, number one, I believe this ordinance does not address the first whereas of the ordinance, which states its goal is to help renters and owners communicate and avoid legal action. It doesn't address communication because it's entirely one-sided and does not promote equal opportunity for complaints from landlords and managers, as well as from tenants. Number two, there's nothing in the ordinance about an owner's recourse or right to appeal a complaint. Three, it was written without any input from the owner's side of the issue. Number four, in spite of council's complete knowledge that most rental owners, or many, have been opposed to similar ordinances in the past, and they are opposed to this ordinance, it was brought forth outside your usual process, and it was brought forth for the first reading during a season when many owners are out of town, preoccupied with holiday preparations, and they're not generally following the agendas of the city council to see what council has in mind for their businesses in this ordinance. I don't believe this is government transparency. Number five, the registration fee is open-ended, which you've addressed. Number six, it's questionable that the council has the authority to require owners of properties that could be 40 and 60 and even 100 years old to make structural changes. For example, at present, when repairs are needed to an electrical box or plumbing, it has to meet current code. But this has never meant that all electrical lines or all the plumbing in the building have to meet current code. Number seven, renters and owners have processes in place for disputes. And related to, and number eight, related to my sixth point, I think it's ironic that the ordinance is related to Thrive Economic Development Plan, because this ordinance, as it stands, levels a serious blow to the unrecognized sector of economic development in Laramie, which is the owner-owned rental market. The Wyoming Center for Legal Aid has now become Equal Justice Wyoming, which was created and funded by the state of Wyoming. So it outlines the legal processes that people can follow if they have problems. I do agree that time is a factor, but as I said, I don't think this ordinance, it's not fair because it doesn't allow for landlords as well. So I think it should be defeated, and I think that a new one that has ample public input should be drafted, or perhaps this issue should be put on the ballot. It's not a common practice for the majority of landlords to mistreat tenants in this town. Some do, yes, but not the majority. And I think this ordinance is really, it's not aimed at increasing our the number of units that we have, which is, we do have a need for that, but it doesn't address that. It, in fact, may reduce the number of available units by, especially with the egress clause. And it, as a matter of fact,
Ms. Seebeck, I hate to interrupt you because you're a good and concise speaker, but we are going to really ask people to adhere to the time limits this evening. I give you an opportunity to make a closing statement.
Okay, well, I just want to say that, well, now I've lost my train of thought.
I'm very sorry.
Well, I'm sorry that, and it was, well, it doesn't address the number. As I was going to say that it doesn't address that. There's nothing in recognition of the fact that not all people are going to be able to afford the kind of housing that you're talking about. There's a market for lower priced units, and I think this just doesn't recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do regret having to adhere to the timeline, but we have a lot of people that would like to speak. City Clerk, can we have the next person from the list who had signed up earlier?
Joe Arnold.
All right, let's let Mr. Oh, he's already here.
Thank
all right.
you.
All right, ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilmen and women. I really agree with Diana Seebeck, but I won't repeat her points. I just want to say that if you guys are trying to create communication between tenant and landlord, this is not helping that. In the first place, it does favor the tenant, whereas the state statute is more balanced in its duties and rights between tenant and landlord. And as far as getting away from city involvement or legal action, which you state in your goals, I think you're inviting more city responsibilities. Your staff is going to have to do a lot more. You're going to have probably legal problems with this ordinance. And so I'm not sure it really accomplishes your goals. And I also feel that if I look at any of the things going on in our neighbor to the south regarding registration and licensing of rentals, that it turns into a huge bureaucratic rabbit hole. And in effect, it chips away at the private property rights of people and increases the number of staff that have to be enforcing these things, inspecting units. And the city of Denver, for instance, has set aside $450,000 to enforce this legislation for licensing and registration. So I think you're inviting a lot of headaches. And I have noticed in government, there's a trend to grow rather than shrink. And so although it's fairly reasonable at this present stage, I just fear that once the foot is in the door, you can increase fees, increase demands, like Boulder is using the rental licenses and additional means to accomplish its climate change goals through smart regs licensing requirements. So that's an example of, bloats and bureaucratic rabbit holes. And as the Denver discussed this, they recognize that this will exacerbate affordability issues. I think that is a problem as well. And like you guys were discussing earlier, yeah, make more units in this town, more decent, affordable units. That's what we try to do. We don't have a lot of them, but that's what we try to do. And so we are trying to compete in the market rather than, having a legislative fiat by the council. So I recommend you vote down the ordinance altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and for taking time to be here and wait patiently and to share your point of view. City Clerk, who's next on our list of folks that signed up ahead?
Mayor Andrew Arnold.
Let's let Mr. Andrew Arnold in here. He's there. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak regarding the ordinance. Just in listening to the comments tonight, it seems that the larger goals for creating opportunities for tenants to have, say, a representation in the city regarding substandard housing is lauded and appreciated. And also create communication and balance in that space. Create more units rather than fewer units. So I laud that. I appreciate that. I actually have a similar desire for great housing in Laramie as a landlord. I don't believe this ordinance accomplishes that goal. And from my perspective, it's written in such a way that potentially undermines those goals in many ways. And so I would ask that, I'm speaking in opposition to it, ask that you would vote it down and table it for further consideration or more development. Specifically, my understanding is that the ordinance is intended to address the City Council's resolution to improve economic development, passed probably a year ago, I believe in January. In particular, the ordinance addresses Section A titled Holistic Economic Development, Milestone 4. I believe City Manager mentioned that earlier. In my opinion, the ordinance would not have a positive impact, economic impact on the community. I think it would have an undue, disproportional economic impact on small business owners who are represented as landlords in our community. As noted by the city manager, there are a lot of landlords who own property in the community, and the vast majority of them provide quality, affordable housing to our community. There are many citizens, myself included, that provide affordable, clean, livable housing and probably have 1 to 5 properties in our community. We're not large housing conglomerates disconnected from the community. I know you, Mr. Mayor, I know citizens and people on the council, and my goal is not to create substandard, deplorable housing in our community because I care about this place. I believe that's the majority of people providing housing in our community. And this ordinance creates an unnecessary and undue burden on them as owner landlords in the community. Based on the previous agenda item for tonight, the council is overwhelmingly in favor of affordable housing. I think this ordinance has the potential to decrease the number of affordable housing units in the city, potentially small business owners and landlords choosing to take their properties off the market, not wanting to deal with the bureaucratic process that this ordinance creates. So decreasing supply as a result, or potentially landlords choosing to increase rental prices and costs across their properties to account for increased costs and risk associated with the ordinance. I don't think that's something you want to do. It's not something that I want as a landlord for my properties. And I think that there are rental properties in our community at a specific price point. Let's use basement rental units, for example. There's likely a lot of basement rental units in our town that are in good condition. They're not deplorable. They're not egregious. They're not disgusting. They're nice units, and they're meeting a need in our community for affordable housing. And potentially, you're going to get rid of a lot of those units through this ordinance, specifically around egress windows, in particular, and eliminate those properties in the market. People are choosing those because they're an affordable option in our community. I think there are other issues with the ordinance are around enforceability. There's a lot of enforceability issues that I see with the ordinance. First of all, the enforcement process and the associated cost to the city. There's increasing bureaucracy, personnel costs, hiring costs, salaries, benefits, training costs, ongoing professional development costs, overhead costs, processing costs. And so where's that money coming from? Where's that going to come from? And I think that there aren't really great mechanisms in place for due process. I think Councilperson O'Doherty raised a really important question. How do we address people that you can't get a hold of? How do we address litigation or due process for landlords you can't reach? I don't think this ordinance addresses that. Furthermore, first of all, if I'm already a property owner that's hard to get a hold of, what mechanism is in place for me to actually go and register my property in the first place? I don't think the ordinance seems to address that issue. So who's going to do that? I mean, if I am Big Tree Realty, as Ms. O'Doherty described, how are you going to get me to register in the first place? So I think there's a lot of enforcement issues and potential litigation that comes from that as well. So in my opinion, it's just not. It seems like an ordinance that was introduced quickly. It's gone through now the second reading. It's going to be likely voted on or likely voted for. It sounds like based on the council's disposition tonight. And it just doesn't seem to lack clarity. And it doesn't seem to really address the goals that you are desiring for equitable, fair, quality housing in Laramie. And so I ask that you vote against it, table it, come up with a clearer, more defined ordinance in the future, but certainly don't pass this.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Thank you for your patience and your time to be with us this evening to share your point of view. City Clerk, I see that you've let the next speaker in, Shannon, screen name Shannon. Go ahead and give us your full name, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Again, my name is Shannon Davis, and I'm coming to you as the perspective of a renter, and I very greatly appreciate all of you who are standing up and trying to protect and uphold the safety of renters. I, however, I wish, Mr. Mayor, that I could say that I'm going to bring up completely new points and not address any of the ones that have already come up. But people have stolen my ideas, unfortunately. And also, I do hope to see that you would, as the previous public comment said, table this and put it aside, or maybe if we can just see a difference in that 7-2 number. So for me, having been a renter 3 years in student housing and renting for the last, for 16 years on top of that, one of the things I can tell you is that I have learned a significant amount of resilience. I have learned creative problem solving. I have learned communication skills. I have learned how to handle my own problems. I have grown up and matured because I have to deal with my own problems. And I know that the goal of this ordinance is to help the communication between renters and landlords. But what I have found has actually increased communication, has helped me, and ultimately at times the landlords, is when I actually have to move to get my refrigerator fixed, is when I have to move to get my shower fixed myself. And it takes more than just one notice to my landlord. Now, mind you, I have lived in a lot of places owned by management companies, and I mean, not to insult management companies, but quite honestly, it is much more difficult to get things done working with them. And when they also have to work with contractors, as people have discussed, we do not have enough contractors in this town. They are very busy. Prices are very high. It's difficult to get things done in those circumstances. I have found that when I am working with landlords who own the property, it is their personal house. They are going to come in and they're going to get these things fixed almost right away. And you know what? Sometimes they do better jobs than those contractors that have licenses. And many of them have been doing it for years because this is their property. This is how they earn a living. But in this process, I have learned how to be resilient and to fight for my own. And with this ordinance and just saying, oh, you just have to have one point of communication and 10 days, for you to bring it up on a legal stand. That's not building resistance. What that is doing is perpetuating a culture of safetyism, where these people, whether they're older or younger or middle-aged or where they are in between, they don't have to actually problem solve and figure things out. I have to prioritize. Is this problem I have in my rental actually something that I really, really, really
I'm gonna have to ask you to make a closing statement here. We do appreciate.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So, just in closing, like I said, for the sake of the renters, please table this, relook at it, is this actually good for the renters? We see that it is creating problems for the landlords. I'm a small business owner of a cleaning company. Tenants create huge messes. I cannot even tell you what I see when it comes to rental turnover time. And so I feel bad for landlords when I go into situations like that. I don't see this ordinance creating any safety for them or accountability for the actual tenants and residents, renters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Andy Smith.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time this evening. I will try to be concise and to the point as a matter of timely concern. I also am bringing forth many of the same points of concern that have already been talked about this evening and asking for council to vote nay in reference to Wyoming statute, to this ordinance 2039. And I want to just bring up a couple of points of concern or points to the order. It seems to be a matter of deep concern to me why we are even having a discussion to this ordinance, having never proved or given examples of loss of life or injury or extreme unsafe, uninhabitable living conditions that have not been handled in accordance to normal legal remedies that are already in place. Also brought up as point that there is an issue with how long it takes for certain things to be addressed, and these issues brought before matter of lawsuit. I would say then that your issue is with the court system and not with the landlords and the tenants. If there's a problem with how long something takes to protect said rights of the tenants and the landlords, then that issue is with the judicial system, which is set forth by the three branches of our government by our Constitution. It doesn't need a city to oversee these issues that already exist per our Wyoming statute. And so I would ask the concerning question of your authority. What gives the city the authority to supersede said Wyoming state statutes? And also, in reference to that, the other huge concern is the ordinance is written where the city manager or the city inspectors get to be the judge, the trial, the jury, and the executioner as it pertains to the issues regarding these matters between landlords and tenants, as if the signed contract that is between the landlord and the tenant doesn't even exist or doesn't even matter. So I'd like to bring that to your attention as well, and then address the issue of the authority. Where is the appeal process? What gives the so-called inspector the rights to supersede the opinion of, say, a structural engineer just because he or she sees it to be in violation of your building code, yet we have a certification from a structural engineer, just as a point of order. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and for taking time to share your views with us and be here with us at the meeting. Let's move to the next person on the list, Brenda Whitman.
Hi, my name's Brenda Whitman, and tonight I'm speaking as a representative of the Laramie Board of Realtors. We urge you to vote no on the proposed ordinance. Many of our members own or manage rental properties for themselves and for others. As licensed real estate agents, we are in the unique position of balancing the rights of property owners with the rights of tenants. The state of Wyoming already has very specific rules about who can and cannot manage properties for rent that are owned by others. The state also dictates procedures to be followed by licensees when managing properties for other people. A great many of the issues tenants are reporting could be remedied by enforcing existing state laws. After speaking to the majority of the brokers in our membership, I can report that our brokers are unequivocally against the ordinance as written. As you can imagine, it is uncommon for a group this size to have a consensus of opinion, and yet in this, we do. This is not to say that all members feel the same about every facet of the proposal. We are saying, however, that all the brokers felt unanimous in their objection to the vagueness of many of the passages in the ordinance and questioned how much the city should be involved in creating and enforcing this encroachment on private property rights. To be fair, there are some in our membership who are against this type of ordinance in any way, shape, or form, ever, while there are others who are open to the idea of creating an element of oversight for our community. But even those people didn't feel like this ordinance is in that place yet. As an organization, we have gone above and beyond to research and review the proposed rental housing code over the last several weeks. Together with our associates, we have identified numerous issues throughout and have submitted those issues through letters from members of our organization to you. And many of those issues have been
Ms. Whitman, I'm going to have to ask you to get to your closing statement here.
Okay, so the Laramie Board of Realtors firmly believes the way the ordinance is written opens the city up to more liability and would do more harm than would outweigh any benefit that could be realized from this proposed argument. We hope you'll take into consideration all the very good arguments against this proposal, especially the letters and public comments from the public and other members of our organization. Thank you for your time.
We appreciate that you've taken time out of your evening to be here and share your point of view. City Clerk? I see. All right. We'll recognize screen, and you'll have to just help me with introductions again and just provide your name for the record. We'll recognize Scully Stilgerick, and you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Yep, as you said, I'm Scully Stilgerick. I am going to try and be as brief as I can be. I have a written statement here, so
you have 3 minutes.
Cool. So I was raised in Wyoming from the age of 4. I lived in Laramie from 2001, going for college, and then, falling in love with many parts of what had become my hometown. But I left in 2020, in part due to the experience of trying to find affordable living accommodations within reasonable distance of the university for my partner's studies that also allowed our cats. We had limited options, and in 2019, we ended up finally finding housing that was not what I would personally define as livable. The smell of mold pervaded the house. Ceiling was cracked with dripping with water into the light fixture whenever it would rain. And the person who did repairs on the house could not possibly have been certified by any conscionable licensing board. The apartment was very poorly sealed, so much so that we had wasps coming in regularly through the windows in the spring and summer. I believe the record for one day was 8. There's a lot more that I would like to say, but really I just want to emphasize how much the experience pushed me out of what was my home state for the vast majority of my life. It felt like a choice between our cats and a habitable home, and creating more protection for tenants of Laramie is extremely pressing if you want people to keep living there, bottom line. And I deeply appreciate also the point that was raised earlier by Virginia. I'm sorry, I can't remember her last name. But the point about tenants having such a short time to often read their lease before signing. I'd like to expand on that point and consider and speak to the power dynamic that exists inherently between landlords and people who come to them needing a roof over their heads. People facing any threat of housing instability, such as an application being denied, price locking out of a community, any number of possible circumstances that are within the landlord's power, it creates an inherent position of vulnerability when you're entering into contracts with people who own property that you hope to call home. And I think that point needs to be strongly considered and recognized when you look at any frameworks that you have the power to enact in protection of the tenants, because we need it. And Wyoming is one of the few places that in this world today that has, I would like to see more protections in place, and I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you for your concise comments and for taking time to be here and share those points of view. City Clerk, who is next? Mr. Mike Selmer. Mike Selmer, you have the floor. Thanks for taking time to be here.
Thank you. I wanted to relate two experiences that I have had over the years in Laramie. The first involved my daughter and son-in-law and their family, who had to, for a period of time, live in a rental unit on 4th Street while we were building a house. The rental unit was deficient in many ways, and if it wasn't for the fact that they had had me on the sidelines, they would have suffered through a very significantly poor winter. And I think that this ordinance is extremely important. The other experience I wanted to relate is in 2014, I ran for House District 46. In the process of doing that, I knocked on well over 1,000 doors, both in the city and in close in county. And I was just appalled and embarrassed by the significant amount of substandard housing that exists in Laramie. Andy Smith said that there aren't examples of substandard housing. I've seen tons of them: holes in floors, cracked windows, doors that would not even shut properly. And this ordinance is the very minimum that needs to be put in place. Just because one has lower income doesn't mean they need to live in squalor. Affordable housing can't mean unsafe housing. I don't believe that those who do provide quality rentals in our city are going to be significantly burdened by this ordinance. And so I encourage you, very strongly to pass this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Selmer, and for taking time out of your evening to come and share your views with the City Council. Let's go to the next person on our list, City Clerk.
Mayor, that concludes the list prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the list that's pending. We'll recognize Mr. Brett Glass. Let's let Mr. Glass into the meeting, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm speaking to you with a great deal of apprehension tonight because I fear that some of you may be so motivated either by a bad past experience or by a false belief that this ordinance would have a positive effect and might pass it tonight, even though it's not legal and would do great harm to tenants, as well as those of us who really strive hard to be good landlords and provide quality housing. I've already pointed out in previous appearances before council that this ordinance would impede, not accelerate, repairs and improvements to rental properties. Just this week, I've been dealing with problems stemming from work that was poorly done by a licensed contractor. They replaced a sewer line badly, and really I should have pulled a permit and done the work myself because I would have done a better job. But under this ordinance, I wouldn't be able to do that, even though my work would be inspected by the city and would have been carefully and correctly done, and we wouldn't have had a clogged sewer line this last week. Now, this ordinance would also cause additional problems for tenants. Right now, they can, for a $10 filing fee plus a small charge for service of process, they can go to small claims court and seek judgments related to their leases. But under this ordinance, they wouldn't know whether to follow conflicting procedures for the city or for the state to deal with any issues that they might face. Owners seeking agents would be forced to hire managers who would take 10% of their rents, and this would require them to raise the rents on those tenants, which we don't want to do. The ordinance would also do nothing to address the biggest complaint that tenants make, namely the timely return of security deposits. And by attempting to circumvent the courts, this ordinance would violate everybody's basic right to due process. Now, as for responses to summonses, this is a question that you brought up earlier, Mr. Mayor. State law says, and I'll quote, "The court shall endorse on the summons the number of days within which the owner is required to appear and defend the action, which should be not less than 3, no more than 20 days from the date of service." So there's your answer, no more than 20 days. This is a state law which council can't change and can't nullify. But at least, and the law sometimes is not as fast as we'd like it to be. But frankly, this is, we do need to have due process here. And hopefully the good landlords will respond. The bad ones, well, you'll have trouble catching them up with them anyway. Please don't penalize the good ones for the sake of the bad ones. Now, I predict, if you can, and you can hold me to this prediction, that if this ordinance does go into effect, rents in Laramie will increase by 10% or more in the coming year, that there will be fewer rentals available, and that the city will be challenged in court over the ordinance, over the legality of the ordinance. So much for affordable housing, available housing, or wise expenditure of city funds. Now, a special concern of nowadays as we approach the anniversary of the January 6th attack on our nation's capital is respect for the rule of law. Now, all of you, when you took office, took a solemn oath to uphold the Wyoming Constitution. And Article 13 of the Wyoming Constitution provides, and I'll quote, "All cities and towns are hereby empowered to determine their local affairs and government, as established by ordinance passed by the governing body, subject to referendum when prescribed by the legislature, and further subject only to statutes uniformly applicable to all cities and towns, and to statutes prescribing limits of indebtedness. The levying of taxes, excises, fees, or any other charges shall be prescribed by the legislature, not by the city." This clause does not grant authority to cities and towns to provide for the levying of taxes, excises, fees, or other charges for rentals, and yet the ordinance tries to do this, and this is also going to hike rents if it gets through, but it will almost certainly be overruled by the courts.
Mr. Glass, you're going to have to please summarize. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I wanted to quote the full provision in the Constitution there. There are other things here that also conflict with state law. You're attempting to license real estate businesses, and that also is done clearly by state law. And I've emailed to all of you WHAM's guide to municipal ordinances and what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. So hopefully you'll take a look at that before you consider passing this. In any case, I really think that the correct answer is to vote this down and then advocate for changes in the state law. The reason why is that they would apply to Laramie's biggest and most intransigent landlords, which include UW, the Cheyenne Housing Authority, and the Wyoming Community Development Authority. Those changes would also apply to rentals out in the county, some of which are the most squalid in the area. I really think that this is the correct way to deal with issues that are already addressed by state law. So I'd like to ask again that you vote against this ordinance, knowing that by doing so, you'll not only be preventing a destructive, costly, arbitrary, bureaucratic regime from taking effect, but they'll be showing that you respect the rule of law and are true to your oath of office. And that's really all I have to say. Again, please vote against this tonight. Let's take a better approach, and also, please, next time, accept input from those of us in the community instead of bringing something which has not been drafted with consideration of input from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at 9:18, and we have a number of speakers left. We have an executive session this evening. Got a request from the council, for the council, that if they would like to give everyone the adequate opportunity to speak and still allow us to get to all of our business tonight, we're going to need a motion. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll look to the city clerk to help me clarify the sections that we need to suspend in the council rules. But I would move to suspend sections related to the 9:30 end time and allow this item to finish, as well as the work session request So whatever sections we need to suspend for that with no prescribed ending time. I think it's 209.
Correct.
So Mayor, I would move to suspend 209 in its entirety of the council code of conduct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion, a second from Councilmember O'Doherty. All those in favor, raise your hand to the screen. That is a sufficient number to suspend the rules, 2/3, in excess of 2/3.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, or point of information, I suppose. I would encourage the chair to, if we're going to extend our meeting, maybe we hold the public to one chance of speaking. I think that's reasonable given that we will all be here late anyway.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. The chair's intention is to allow one turn to speak for each speaker on a given item. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also think it's important that we really pay attention to the time because many people go over the 3 minutes, and that's not doing a service to our other members who want to speak. So please be concise and try not to repeat.
Thank you, council members. At the direction of council, I will begin to be less generous with wrapping up statements. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. With respect, please. Moving on. Next speaker is Linda Devine. I'd like to let Linda Devine into the meeting. Thank you for being here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess starting out, I honestly feel almost sick to my stomach listening to some of these comments opposing this ordinance. This isn't a pull yourself up by your bootstraps issue. When you live in a middle class income life and you surround yourself with like-minded individuals, it can be difficult to see the reality of what's going on with rental property in Laramie. I challenge folks to get in the trenches and see what's really going on. Go spend a day at Interfaith or Family Promise or the Safe Project and see the deplorable conditions that some folks are actually living in. I actually have a statement from the Safe Project that I want to read to City Council. This is from the director. She states at Safe Project, we provide financial assistance for housing for those who have experienced domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking. While the majority of our clients find safe and sustainable housing, we've had a number of clients whose landlords have refused to fix broken appliances, pipes, windows, doors, etc. This problem has cost Safe Project thousands of dollars as clients have had to vacate these properties due to poor conditions, resulting in lost deposits for the clients and Safe Project. Our board and directors have created a list of landlords whose Safe Project will not recommend to clients nor provide rental financial assistance to if a client chooses to rent from them. In our experience, people who are most vulnerable tend to be taken advantage of the most and without financial resources and other forms of support. Many renters are forced to live in squalor or return to abusive and unsafe households. I received a couple of other letters from folks that are similar to that, and I know somebody earlier mentioned that there's not evidence that these things are happening, and I think folks are just either choosing to turn a blind eye. It seems like any time those in power start to get challenged, they come out in full force. And I thank you, city council members, to actually be listening to those that are powerless. One of the things that we learned in law school in looking at cases is an acronym called IRAC, Issue, Rule, Analysis, and Conclusion. And City Attorney Southern might flunk me on this, but as I recall, you look at with the issue. The issue here is, do we have unsafe housing in Laramie? And I think obviously the answer is yes. The next thing you look at are the rules, and obviously everybody's quoting the statutes about, you know, habitable housing and things like that. I think what's happening though, for a lot of folks, is they're skipping the analysis portion and going straight to the conclusion, and have decided and concluded that we don't have a problem here, but we do. And when that's where the analysis takes place. And I see this on a day-to-day basis. I see what folks are living in. And I would echo what the director from the SAFE project says, is folks are being forced sometimes to stay in subpar housing because that's all that they can afford, to stay away from an abusive relationship. I see parents with children that are required through DFS or other agencies to be able to have a safe place for their children. And sometimes children are removed because they don't have safe conditions. We are punishing poor people, and that's, to me, abhorrent. And it's just, I rent. I don't own my house, I rent. I have a good landlord. He spoke tonight. He's opposed to this ordinance. Hopefully he won't come and evict me now. But I have a good landlord, and I'm very happy about that. But there are a lot of folks that don't. I'll sum it up and just ask you to please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person we'd like to call on is Josh Watanabe. Mr. Watanabe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I urge you to support this. It's probably not perfect. And as has been brought up already, you know, we can't appease everyone all the time. In the city manager's presentation, though, she called this the minimum habitation standards. And the fact that this is being brought to your attention is the fact that there is a problem. The fact that we're having to define minimum habitation standards is a problem. I think that there's a false dichotomy between livability and affordability, that somehow creating a place with minimum standards will increase rent. It certainly can, by all means, but as Ms. Devine just spoke, we shouldn't be punishing the less fortunate in our community. This resolution is a statement to those at risk in our community about the place we're trying to create and the steps that we're willing to take to help those who cannot help themselves, who cannot afford the legal aid that they need, or even go file in small claims court. People on fixed incomes don't have $20 to go file. This issue has been consistently brought up repeatedly to council, and I think that that says a lot in itself. This is an issue that needs to be taken care of. And so again, I hope you'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for taking time to be here. I'd like to go to Stephen Pence. Let's let Mr. Pence in the room. You have the floor.
Thank you, members of council. I'm sorry you guys keep having to hear my voice. I'll be concise. I've got a 3-minute timer up here. I'm going to start right now. First, I'd like to address some members of council are painting a picture of tenants who are living in rentals without knowing who they're paying their rent to. Somebody signed that lease. I mean, people aren't depositing rent checks into secret drop sites or offshore accounts. And we always counsel everyone that if they do not understand the terms and conditions of the lease, that they should seek legal counsel. There is low-cost legal counsel available in this town, and they should seek it out if they do not understand the terms and conditions of the lease. As a point of information to the public, I have had many conversations with real estate professionals in this town, and I am not aware of any of us who have been sought after for feedback as far as the drafting of this legislature. I find it very disheartening that legislature regarding a profession was drafted without the input of the professionals in this town. there will absolutely be a rent increase because of this. There has to be. I have an owner who's looking at $50,000 worth of egress windows that he has to install. His units are fine, but that's a lot of money, and that he does not even own that many rentals. And so that's roughly 3 years of net rental proceeds that will just have to go into egress windows. And that's if we can find anyone. With the Broomfield or with the Colorado fires, I'm not even sure that we'll have contractors available in this construction season to perform the work. And I outlined that in the letter to you guys that I sent out earlier today. And I'm also convinced that there was not a study done that looks at the impact of this ordinance on the affordability of housing. I'm not saying there's not a problem, but I am saying that this is going to cut the bottom off the market. You're going to disenfranchise many of the low-cost renting or renters in this town by removing many of the low-cost rental options. I don't believe that poor people should have to live in squalor. I do not believe that. But there's also nothing that says that if an owner has to sink $5,000, $7,000 into a rental unit to meet the habitability standards that the city enforces, that they shouldn't be able to recoup that by increasing the rent. And I think that in all my conversations with all of the owners that I represent, that's the first thing that they say, is that we'll have to increase the rent. And so I still have 25 seconds left. I'm going to concede this to the next person, but this will have an adverse effect. And I do not believe that the second and third order consequences of this legislation have been considered and that the studies have been done. And again, I'm disappointed that more input from the professionals in this town have not been sought out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do not allow for reserved time or for time to be transferred between speakers. Each speaker has a maximum of 3 minutes, and nothing directed in a mendacious way towards any previous comment, but just to be clear. Next, we'd like to recognize screen name Sam N. Please identify yourself by your full name for the record. You have the floor.
Hi there, my name's Sam Newman. I have lived in Laramie since I went to school here. I have rented for a number of years. Now I'm an engineer in town. I just recently graduated. I can say that I'm fortunate to have had positive rental experiences, but as Ms. Devine stated earlier, it's important not just to focus on our individual experiences, but just the fact that there have been, numerous examples of people who have lived in horrible conditions with landlords who have been abusive in the power that they hold over their tenants. I guess I would just like to say, for whatever concerns of lost economic revenue in Laramie that opponents of this ordinance might consider, I would say that we need to consider the innumerable amount of people who have left Laramie and decided not to stay because they've had bad experiences with rentals. Like I said, I've had good experiences and I've decided to stay here. I really like Laramie. But there are people, namely people who come to the university and maybe are coming from a different state or a different country, sign on a lease before they see it, and through no fault of their own, find themselves in a bad situation that leaves them with no desire to stay in Laramie. And the community loses out on their intelligence, their anything that they can offer to the community. So I think that's important to be stated. And I guess I would just say, please pass this. This is really important. And thank you.
Thank you for the concise comments and for taking time to be here. Next, we'd like to go to Scott Shively. Ms. Shively, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say, first off, that I agree with what Mike and Linda had to say very much about how we shouldn't be punishing people of lower incomes by condemning them to substandard housing. I have lived in a number of places. Throughout my adult life, I have lived the most years in Laramie. I've left and come back. And by far the most appalling housing situations I've been in have been in this town. I don't know many people who've rented here who don't have some story. I mean, you know, I've had vermin in my house. I had a sewer pipe back up in my living room. All these very unsanitary things, and this I consider myself lucky by a lot of standards. So if landlords wish to prove that these cases are out of the norm, the first step to going that way would be to establish just how many of these housing units exist in the town, so that we know what proportion of the proportions of this question. Furthermore, I would like to address the bootstraps narrative that Linda also brought up. It is not building resilience for children to live in drafty houses, is not building resilience for elderly members of our community to have to go to court in order to seek redress for abuses caused by their landlord. And ultimately, I just have to urge you very strongly to pass this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the concise comments. Next speaker we'd like to recognize is Andy Smith. You have the floor.
You know what, Mayor? I don't know why my hand was raised. I spoke earlier already, so I will yield to the next person.
I'm so sorry. That's also my fault. I wasn't able to keep track of the fact that you'd spoken before. Why don't we go next to screen name Amanda. Please state your full name for the public record. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Amanda Wells, and I just wanted to share an experience that I had about a bed bug scenario that I didn't even live in this apartment for even 24 hours. And it was highly infested, and I lost all of my furniture and had to deal with it for an ongoing of 4 months. It infested my other house. I had to use all of my savings account to be able to pay for an exterminator to come and take care of it. Yeah, it was a really mentally, physically traumatic time during the pandemic. So it was kind of like a quarantine on top of quarantine. And I would also just like to add that I am the admin assistant at the Civic Center, and I was very, very worried and concerned that I was going to potentially infect the Civic Center, which would have been a catastrophe for the community. I've tried to take the landlord to court, and it is, I will add $50 to pay the police to serve the papers. And it's $10 at the courthouse to file the paperwork. Because I've done it and I didn't fill it out correctly because I couldn't afford to get other people to help me. I tried to get through with the university law, and they didn't want to help me. But he got the judge to dismiss the case because I didn't fill out the paperwork correctly. So I'm going to have to pay another $50 on top of the $10, so total $50 to serve him again. And with losing all my furniture, I moved into an apartment that came fully furnished. So whenever I move from here, I'm not going to have like any furniture. So I'm going to have to start over again. And yeah, I just wanted to share an experience that definitely really impacted my life. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, and for taking time to be here. Let's go to Allison Brown. Let's allow Allison Brown into the meeting, and you've got the floor.
Awesome, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Briefly introducing myself, my name is Allison Brown. I serve as the Director of Governmental Affairs for ASUW, or Associated Students, University of Wyoming, the University Student Government. I would like to state by stating that ASUW appreciates the amendment to the ordinance, which directly addresses the concern that we mentioned in our resolution, changing the language of residing inside Albany County to within 60 miles of Laramie, among other changes which strengthen the ordinance. As some of you may be aware of on the council or in attendance tonight, we recently unanimously passed a resolution in support of the rental housing ordinance. This resolution is attached to the agenda from this week's meeting agenda if anyone would like to view it. The resolution includes survey data from university students and over 10 pages of student comments on housing situations they've experienced here in the city of Laramie. Our data also shows that 1 in 5 students surveyed have voiced a concern or complaint about their current or past place of residence. Our data acts as evidence that these are issues that students and residents of Laramie are facing and are not unsubstantial. Again, just keeping it short as we've already gotten a long meeting tonight, I'm here to reaffirm the support from our student government and all students at the University of Wyoming. As many of us know here tonight, this ordinance has been in the work for years and we are passionate about seeing it through into implementation. And just again, ASUW unwaveringly supports this rental housing ordinance as a necessary step in the right direction to addressing these concerns experienced by students and the residents of Laramie alike. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Adam Majewski? I'm sorry if I didn't get your name right. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. It's Adam Majewski. I'm a student and I've been a renter for the past 5 years in the city of Laramie. So council, you've heard plenty of libertarians and landlords during this process describe how the code would impact their bottom lines or daily business. But as a tenant, I'd like to point out that the wealth of tenant experience, which you've just heard more recently in the stack, that is the majority of Laramie residents under the presiding legal code suggests otherwise. Unsafe and unhealthy living situations, especially with respect to things like heat and weatherproofing, stolen deposits and double renting, and avoidable and asymmetric penalties and legal arbitration procedures favoring landlords and especially slumlords in this town. We already have a state landlord-tenant rental code more sparse in protections for tenants than nearly all others in the nation. We have known slumlords who continue to dodge being served and pursue predatory renting practices, and who are known to the community only through the experience of being screwed over or by word of mouth. Because of this, it should be frankly disqualifying hearing landlords couch their own financial interests in squeezing tenants as efficiently as possible by providing less of a minimum contractual service towards the health, safety, and well-being of tenants, when the wealth of tenant experiences of students, workers, and families in this community have been fraught with predatory rental relationships. It is apparent to everyone listening, but the reply guys who keep bringing up procedural definitions and hypotheticals amendment by amendment, which are explicitly precluded by the lease agreements they themselves consider sacrosanct, that they are trying to derail this hearing process. Since it continues to crop up, I would also ask which of these libertarians calling in would like to occupy the bottom rung of occupancy in this town in one of the slum units described in this summer boomerang expose, for example, instead of seeing such a predatory arrangement like that removed from the available housing pool until some sort of redress is achieved. Ultimately, these economic generalizations are the real lives ruined for the duration of a predatory rental arrangement and real community members displaced and disenfranchised over the pursuit of a concrete material need and adequate housing. So I would encourage you, council, to please vote for these tenant protections in the form of a yes on this rental housing code. Thanks.
Thank you very much for taking time to share your views with the city council. Let's go to Carly Provenza. Carly Provenza, when I see you, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, council. Can you hear me?
We can. It is unfortunately 9:42 in the evening, Carly.
Great. Well, I hope you are drinking coffee, Mayor Weaver. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on an important issue. I've heard from my constituents and former Laramie residents enough to know that we have a serious problem that isn't resolved by the mere presence of a civil court system, a system that many have described to me as inaccessible, particularly when the landlord reminds them that they are an attorney in town. So at the core of this, what we have is a power problem where one party has all of the power and the other doesn't. And as the last speaker iterated, we have heard a lot about definitions and if this is able to fit in state statute. And what I will say is, given the living conditions that I've heard, I don't think state statutes are living up to what they need to be doing. People aren't protected. But I have also, to that point, I often hear that something doesn't fit in state statutes or it's not legal. We had an entire special session at the state legislature about something that we said wasn't legal, that mandates couldn't fit. But the reality was that everything was fine. The law did what it needed to do. And it's an argument that is used quite frequently to try and dissuade people from supporting essentially rules that have oversight and regulations on a body of people who have more power. So I would urge you to support this ordinance. I know that many of my constituents struggle with this, and it's important that we advocate for those that are struggling the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Ilyana Saucedo. Let's let Ilyana Saucedo into the room. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go right ahead.
All right. My name is Yanni, and I'm speaking in support of this ordinance. So I urge you to pass this and continue to explore the ways in which you which you are able to ensure safe and affordable housing for Laramie residents through city ordinance. For instance, I would have been pleased to see an ordinance with deadlines for city officials who play a part in this. And I think also creating a fund using a portion of the registration and penalty fees for people who are temporarily displaced due to repairs and homes deemed uninhabitable. But again, I appreciate the serious consideration of this resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's go to Taylor Norton. Mr. Norton, Taylor Norton, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Taylor Norton. I have been renting in Laramie for 10.5 years, and I'd like to take my time to directly address some of the complaints people have raised about the ordinance. I apologize in advance if I repeat any previous comments. I've been trying to write and listen all at the same time. So without further ado, the timing of the discussion of a resolution is not a sufficient reason to oppose it. A city council doing its job properly will have some issues to discuss during holiday time, and those times affect most people. Owners and landlords have had ample opportunity to voice their opinions of the proposed ordinance, and in fact they have done so. As for the request to include a provision for owners to dispute claims, there is currently a mechanism in the resolution for illegitimate claims to be thrown out. Furthermore, the extant power dynamic between landlords and tenants inherently allows the landlords to hold tenants accountable for improper behavior. There is no need to oppose the resolution on the grounds of what it does not do. It also does not solve world hunger. It is not expected to do so. There are multiple plans in the works to address the needs of affordable housing in the community. None are expected to solve every problem in need of a solution. Furthermore, suggestions that a process might be difficult to implement is also no reason to oppose it, especially when the outcome would be so beneficial to the majority of the city's population. Complaints regarding clarity in the resolution are baseless. I have read the ordinance. It is perfectly clear where it needs to be, and the nature of administrative interpretation as a standard part of the municipal governmental processes has already been addressed during the meeting. This ordinance would also not deprive anybody of the right to due process. Nothing prohibits anyone from seeking action in the courts. I have not heard any legitimate complaints about the proposed ordinance, merely discussions about unrelated topics and suggestions about potential negative outcomes that have no supporting evidence. This ordinance would simply establish a baseline for appropriate living standards. No person is undeserving of basic habitability and comfort. While it might be true that most landlords in the town are good ones, it only takes one bad one to necessitate a mechanism by which a renter can address grievances. Please vote to pass this resolution.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. Back to the council. Or questions, or I would expect summary comments on this issue. Council? Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a summary comment, but I just wanted to add off the top to Councilor O'Doherty's point earlier and sort of this layers of lacking transparency. The city attorney mentioned that there would be a registered agent for an LLC or a corporation. I just wanted to share that when I formed my first business, not knowing what to do, I used a boilerplate online service to form the LLC. Automatically, it registered my agent with that corporation. So you would then, I guess, as the city, we would be serving Megacorp to send me mail sort of in a secondary way. So all I'm saying is that there are layers of lacking transparency here, and that a corporation can serve as a registered agent. And Mr. Mayor, I know it's late, but if I could throw in sort of a summary comment.
Let's do it together, you bet.
Thank you. I've been pretty quiet through the other two readings, but I did want to share my perspective before we get to the final vote, and express that I think this council is uniquely and acutely aware of how complicated housing issues can be in our community specifically. And it's really not lost on us that this has an effect on housing. And while I'm a homeowner now, for the majority of my time in Laramie, I was a renter. And in this time, I had mostly responsive and responsible landlords, but like nearly every renter I know, I've had more than a few stories that stick with me until today. So, I think one of the main things that I keep coming back to is how much the housing market in Laramie is lacking in transparency and really any functional accountability. When this issue came up before the council 3 years ago, I think I was on like maybe week 4 of being a council member. I remember it quite clearly. When this came up, many of the property owners that came to speak that evening assured us that the market would solve this problem, that the city really didn't need to take any action because the market would address it. And so, Mr. Mayor, I think the question for me at this point is has it? Are things better now than they were 3 years ago? And are tenants any more safe today than they were 3 years ago? And I think resoundingly the answer is no to that. The code that we're talking about creating here by this ordinance, it's only activated if a substantiated complaint is levied to the city. The fee is nominal. $15 or $20 a year is a nominal fee, especially when you can deduct it from your taxes. And it's really very specific to health and safety. So, I think that this would qualify as a modest proposal by really any metric. It creates, a basic set of assurances that a rental is and will remain safe. That seems like a very basic thing for our community to offer its residents. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting this. I think that will come as no surprise after these comments or any conversations I've had with any of you previously. And I would encourage all of you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Schmeckel, I have you next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will echo Councilmember Harrington's comments about the registered agents and point out that 2 weeks ago, the Washington Post ran an article around the cowboy cocktail, where Wyoming's business registration laws combined with our heavy privacy laws make it very difficult to track large financial sums of people like Russian oligarchs and South American drug lords that hold their property within Wyoming. And this is the same feature that's available to local landlords that register their business as well. I will save the majority of my comments for the sake of brevity here, but I will say that I do feel that this is a problem that is multifaceted and will take multiple approaches to it. I very much want to recognize ASUW for the lengthy and detailed commentary that they provided to us with their unanimous decision and the multiple pages of comments. It was very disheartening to read so many of those, but I hope they realize that they're not off the hook yet, that they still have an obligation to their fellow students, that they need to help step in this situation, in my opinion, and assist helping educate students in a capacity that I don't think the city of Laramie is able to. And I would certainly hope that they would continue this conversation and find ways that they can move forward on campus to help their fellow students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Schmeckel. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments will be very, very brief. Obviously, I'm a proponent of this ordinance, and it's been a very long time coming. And I know we've heard some comments tonight that people weren't consulted, but I just want to state for the record, this has been a conversation going on since I joined council in 2014. And the amount of people, tenants, landlords, real estate professionals, and especially resources from UW. I want to thank all of them for continuing to be involved in this conversation. And I do hope this passes tonight and helps move us that first step forward. And I want to extend a special thank you to the University of Wyoming, all of the ASUW presidents and their representatives since 2014, their legal counsel, their student legal counsel, the professors on campus that have hosted these forums and helped bring this to the attention of the city council. I wish that we had done this years ago, frankly, but I'm glad that time is here. And the last point would be that this conversation is not done for. We've been talking about housing quite a bit tonight. There's no one fix for any one problem. And I think it's important that we continue to educate and continue to work on the problems to improve our housing situation for the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Somerville. I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. I see that Councilmember Schuster would like to speak, so I'll go ahead.
Was that me now? Okay, thank you. Been getting dozens of calls, dozens of emails. Just like Councilor Somerville said, this is not a catch-all, fix-one solution. I know there's substandard housing in here. I have delivered meals on Christmas Day to anybody that requests it. We did that through the Elks Club here. I have seen places that I'm like, how can you live here? Just like a person said, my biggest issue is I imagine there's going to be a dozen, 2 dozen places condemned. People are just going to have to move out. Several of the renter owners said that this egress window will force them just to sell the place. So I see the biggest thing that this might have happen to us is we're going to lose some rentals. We're not building rentals that fast here in town. I expect us to lose at least 2 dozen rentals in this town and make it not any better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schuster. Councilmember O'Doherty.
I lost internet for a while, so I'm not sure where we are in the process, but I want to address the egress window thing. I've sent notes to council. I put egress windows in a basement apartment for less than $1,000. So it was taken care of in a couple of months rent, plus you can write it off on your taxes. So if people can't put in egress windows, I don't have a lot of sympathy because I've done it myself. I've paid a contractor to put in egress windows. The thing that scared the living daylights out of me was the fire in Superior and Louisville last week. My daughter's house is a mile from the evacuation zone, so we were really following it closely. And I thought, what would stop something like that from happening in Laramie? We don't have a megalopolis worth of fire departments to come in and help us. So if one grass fire takes off and goes through town and we don't have egress windows, we don't know how to contact an owner and say, do you have tenants? Do we need to send a firefighter in there to try to save somebody? Or are we just wasting our time? Like, I think to just know where the rentals are, know that they have egress windows, which are not a big problem. And if somebody has $50,000 worth of egress windows to put in, that says to me there's 50 people living in houses with bedrooms that they can't get out of or the firefighters can't get in to save them. So as you could tell, I'm very passionate about this. I don't take the egress window thing as an excuse to not pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Doherty. Council members, I really would like to ask a couple of questions. I have one question for the city manager and then one question for the city attorney. I won't be making any summary statements. For my views on this, I would simply say reference the statements I made in 2019. The question I have for the city manager is with respect to adjudication of non-compliance. If we look at the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, 8.80.040G, that section, I believe that outlines that matters of non-compliance go to municipal court for adjudication. Is that correct, City Manager?
Mayor, that's correct, and it's also further set out in Section 80.050 as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the inspectors or the folks that the city manager's office deputizes to go out and address these issues will in fact not be the final word if there's an issue of non-compliance that's contested, is the way I understand that. The second question is for the city attorney. City attorney, I understand that nothing like guaranteed certain legislatively in any way is ever guaranteed, but I have a question for you, which is something that I researched actually going back last week. I've looked at this before as it relates to other matters, but I'm just going to read a brief section of Wyoming state statutes. The section that I'm looking at is 15.1-103, 15-1-103, and then I'm looking at the subsection, which is, I believe, Roman numerat 14. And that reads as follows. This is a power, a general power of governing bodies of first-class cities. The governing bodies of all cities and towns may, and then I skip down to section 14. And what that section reads is license, tax, and regulate any business whatsoever conducted or trafficked within the limits of the city or town for the purpose of raising revenue, and any license taxes imposed shall be uniform in respect to the class of business upon which imposed. My question, city attorney, again, knowing full well that nothing in life is guaranteed, is it unreasonable for me as a member of this council to assume that that is applicable to this ordinance? And that is the question.
It is not unreasonable.
Thank you. Other questions or concerns from the council? City clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Humby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
No.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schmeckel,
Yes.
Schuster,
No.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses and 2 noes, Your Honor.
That motion carries. That takes us to the next item on our agenda, as we have made a provision to have time for public comments on non-agenda items. Public comments on non-agenda items, if there are any. I'll hand up to Andy Smith. Andy Smith, you've got the floor.
Again, Mayor, I don't know why my computer says I was raising my hand.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. You're fine. I don't see any other further indication that there's a public comment on a non-agenda item. So we'll move to item number 15, consideration of future council work session topics and any questions about upcoming meetings. Council, over to you. Councilmember Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to upcoming work session topics, I would like to request a work session specific to ADU setbacks and lot sizes concerning R1, RR, and, oh gosh, I've forgotten the third one, Mr. Mayor. There's a third.
LR.
Thank you, LR. I'd like to go ahead and request that work session. Further with that request would be to have that work session at the end of January or beginning of February to accompany, to allow for some discussion time before I request the ordinance be brought forward to bring that before council. And I have discussed that with Mr. Tini.
Very good. And the city manager is here with us to indicate whether or not she feels like that's a workable direction, giving our time. Yep, all right. And I sense that there is support for that from at least Okay, from nearly everyone on council. All right. Any other upcoming meetings? Councilmember Somerville.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I actually had one that I was gonna request weeks ago. This can be a little out in the future, but I'd like to take a look at the tax increment financing districts that were passed over in Cheyenne, maybe specific to our Turner Track, our Sierra Sky Park, and maybe downtown some other areas. But they've got a program in place over there I'd like to take a look at for the city of Laramie.
I'm supportive of that. I think that's probably another one of those we need to make sure that we've got those follow-up conversations with the city manager and staff so that we go into that informed and constructive. But
And
looks
Mr.
like there's
Mayor,
plenty of support for it.
great, I'm done now. Thank you.
No problem, Councilmember Somerville. We've got a full schedule, folks. We do have the annual review meetings of the goals with the city staff coming up very soon. Do we have any other topics right now? I know it's late. I know we're tired. We have some more work to do. Okay. Any questions about upcoming meetings? Take a look at that upcoming meetings calendar. Make sure that's all going to work for you. Council members, we had a long and intense meeting that we agreed on some things and we disagreed on some things, and that's the way it goes. I appreciate everyone's representation of the community this evening. But it was all comments were well said, whether they were for or against, and I appreciate the respect and consideration that everybody provides to each other in these meetings. Councilmember Schuster, it's your job, sir, for item number 16.
Are we still doing executive session?
Yes, we suspended the rules.
Okay. I move we adjourn to executive session regarding litigation, Wyoming State Statute 16-4-405, small letter A, Roman numeral 3, and confidential information, Wyoming State Statute 16-4-405, small a, Roman numeral 9.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Second from Councilmember Somerville. All those in favor, raise your hand or say aye or both.
Aye.
Aye.
See you in executive session in just a few minutes. City staff, thank you for your time tonight. Those of you who have been on the call for quite some time, we appreciate it greatly. We'll see you in executive session in just a minute or two, council.